Wait, pigeons make milk? Oh yeah, I did change my chat. Sorry. I just came back. I got my water. I'm like doing my setup, pre-stream. Oh no, and then I just see a question. Just pigeons. Did you know pigeons make milk? I feel like I did know. Well, yeah, because I'm not talking to my mic, you silly. Hello, hello, and welcome, welcome. I am Arrow, and this is the show. It's a mistake, mysterious. I'm still setting up my tracking software because I thought I had more time. I didn't, but all is well. Oh! No, it's because my mic volume is down. Whoops. Sorry. My mic was at half volume because it does that whenever I start my computer. Yeah, that one was my B. My apologies. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Zap, and Monty, and Ramzab, and Yixris, and T, and DP, and B, and Hydra, and Trey. I think I got everyone who's chatted. And Grot. Got to turn my volume up because I could barely hear you. I'm sorry. My mic does this thing where I have a Go XLR. I have Go XLR Mini, which is a mixing, an audio mixer, an audio interface, and I can individually control my mic volume from there. And for whatever reason, every time I start my device, it resets everything to 50%. So every time I start my device, I have to reset it back to where it normally is, which I normally do around like 90, because I don't want it to be 100%. I want to like blow out your eardrums. But generally, I found if it's not that high, it usually won't be audible. And I try not to get like mouth sounds or anything. Like if you like that sounds uncomfortable. I'm not an ASMR channel. I don't like listening to ASMR. But I do find what the hecky? My model. I think we're live. Sorry. Minor, severe technical issues. Hello, hello. Yes, hi, Arrow and Mysterious Elephant. I have a weirdly fun fact for people playing Arkham games and Spider-Man games. This is interesting for me. Oh my gosh, that sounds like the Avengers level of a fun fact. Hey, Akali. Hey, Arrow Wooga writes. Okay, question. What is Wooga here in this context? Because when I hear Arrow Wooga, I assume that means you look at me and you go, Arrow Wooga. Or I, in my time, have gone around going, Arrowooga, which I don't believe I have. I truly do not believe that is something that I've engaged with. Huh? Nothing needing to be addressed here? Yeah, I have a cane session later today. I had one yesterday, and if you saw my Discord announcement, if you're on the Discord and you saw how I announced, I ran a 3+ hour sin hunt. Like, just the fight was like 3+ hours. It was multi-stage, it had stuff going on, and it was so much fun, and I want to talk all about that. But first, so there's an elephant behind me. There's an elephant in this room that I feel needs addressing. What a week it's been. Global events. Documents released. Gonna put it out there. That's not really what I talk about on this channel. That's not really something I go into. But that does not mean that I think you should ignore it. That does not mean that I think that you should just move past it. I think that you should do literally everything in your power, so long as it is not damaging to your own safety, to have justice come about. That being said, this is not the space where I talk about that. This is not the space where you come here for that kind of conversation. So while it is extremely important to address that stuff, I also think it is important to allow yourself to relax and not deal with that and de-stress yourself so you're not wound up and panicking and anxious all the time. My space is going to be a comfortable space, whether it is stuff happening in Minneapolis, whether it is stuff happening with the US DOJ, whether it's stuff happening with this like cabal of elites in the world. I'm not going to address all of that stuff, or I'm not going to like delve into all of that stuff. I think my thoughts are very clear that I am against all of that. That being said, that's not really why you're here, right? And whether it's like you're in a different country or you're domestic in the US, whether you are someone who is either tied to one of the victims or one of the perpetrators, or you are completely disconnected, there's always something you can do. Go to rallies. Don't just hit up your representative, but like bombard them with emails and phone calls. Make your voice heard. Don't just post about it on social media and doom post, but actually go out there and demonstrate how unacceptable this is. And I cannot and will not advocate for violence. All I will say is I will advocate for you not to be silent. Literally just turnabout say so streamers are baited into saying things and sussy streamers are forced to blush over hand holding. See, that's the thing, right? Is not to kill the vibe, but like I just want to make that very clear. I want to make it very clear, like I don't talk about this stuff. It's not really my vibe. I'm not an authority on it, so I don't have any like unique perspective to add. I don't want to just like virtue signal by like just saying, oh, bad thing bad. However, this is a time and place where like silence is compliance, and a lot of people are sticking their head in the sand. Don't do that. Come to my channel not to stick your head in the sand, but to relax for like 7 hours as I yap, or to relax for 45 seconds as you watch a short. Otherwise, like, being loud is dangerous. Being loud is dangerous. However, so is being quiet. Because if you're quiet, nothing changes, and the status quo already sucks. And I don't even mean that just in terms of what's come out recently. I mean just generally speaking. The status quo is not something to be preserved unless you are one of those really high, not even 1%, but like 0.1%. People have said that the world is a playground for, or the world is a resort for like 200 uber rich people, and the rest of us are staff. And that's not okay. And so, no, being silent is not safe. It is dangerous to both be silent and it's dangerous to be loud. But if you are dangerous and loud, change may happen. If you are dangerous and silent, no change will happen. So yeah, that's my thoughts. That's the elephant has been addressed. Goodbye, elephant. I will see you in another life. Okay, the elephant is gone. Okay, let's talk TTRPGs. I just felt that was very important to. I felt that was worth mentioning, if nothing else, even if it wasn't going to go anywhere. Now came time. Now came time. So, maybe one day Arrow will shoot an elephant. No! Like, so I always come back to this. Like, I didn't care about this at the time, but like, unironically, I really enjoyed, like, I've drawn on multiple times now, a article I had to read in like freshman year of uni about the psychology and what is it? Like behavior patterns of elephants and how they communicate with one another. And I learned a bunch of random facts about elephants. And like elephants are awesome. And the fact that they're like actively poached for their tusks to make medicine that doesn't work is dumb. What the heck was that elephant noise? That was, you know, like it's like cow, but long because it's like a trunk. Arby's. Yes. For those of you who aren't on the Discord, I posted a little snippet of a thing I sent my player because I'm running a 1-on-1 cane game. One of the other NPCs at their site, one of the other XOs, was sent off to go do like a private mission, just escort some temerity scientists as they're doing something. And then I sent them a little scene of it. And it was about the XO getting Arby's with these scientists. And the scientists are just like, you've never had Arby's before? And then she's like, no. And they're like, well, how was it? And she's like, good. It's just a lot. Like, it's really filling. And they're like, you can't even handle a single Arby's sandwich? And then she's like, I can. And she couldn't eat all of it because at the site, exos literally are not given enough food, so her stomach was too small to handle an RB sandwich. And it's just these scientists being like, well, we know that you're site director, like we can call in a favor and get some stuff swapped around. And she's just like, why would you do this for weapons? And they look at her and they're just like, you're kids, why wouldn't we? And it was just this nice little like light in the dark kind of deal, where I wanted to show off a wholesome bit of Kane. I wanted to show off a little bit of a positive interaction because, oh boy, last session we had, was it, I think, 2 deaths and an imago. Okay, well, strictly speaking, so, okay, timeline of events. I was setting up this mission where previously the worst mission the site had faced was a mission called Crashing Tiger. And this was a centipede hunt where after the centipede hunt, there was literally one exo survivor who was a part of the second team sent in, and everyone else on site died. Like every other single exo died on site. And this one, Gage, got a sin mark from that because they would have died, they went into sin overflow, and so they like resisted. So this is the only survivor. Crashing Tiger killed all of the site. It took out a ton of untouchables. It took out exos that were sent in from other sites. But like other sites had to lend exos to help, and they lost help because this was a sin event centipede. This was a centipede that got out of control. And so Crashing Tiger has kind of been like the, oh man, like ever since Crashing Tiger XYZ, man, this isn't as bad as Crashing Tiger. Like nothing's been as bad as Crashing Tiger thus far. Crashing Tiger was still worse. However, this Resplendent Echo. This is the hunt that I've been on, or that I've been running for my player for like about 2 months now, on and off, because like we had about 3 weeks in a row where we just couldn't play. And we had like another time period where we had like 2 weeks where we couldn't play, but we were kind of like doing play by post. So it's been like functionally 4 sessions. Yeah, we're playing online. But there's been some times where I just couldn't run for them. They were too busy to be run for. So it's been extended artificially, effectively. And so this was a Lord hunt that got turned into a spider because the psychology of its host evolved. And the Lord hunt was basically entirely play by post. This was, my player was busy, but we had a text conversation about how the hunt went. Basically, this Lord approached the exos and said, hey, I can't find my host. Can you help me find them? And the exos were like, okay, why would we help a sin? I guess if we find the host, we can question the host and like get more answers. So what happened is that this place was filled with gatherers. They're a type of drifter. And they steal people and like they run off to some unknown purpose with those people. The host was snatched by the gatherers. And so a couple days ago, the host got snatched, and the Lord, which had been active for like 8 months, the Lord, which had a kingdom for like 8 months by this point, just comfortably in its own spot, expanded because the Lord was looking for its host. So they go through the hunt, they're talking with the Lord, they get information, they find the host. The host is like hurt by the gatherers, but still alive. They end up fighting the Lord, and then the Lord uses its severe attack. Every sin gets 1 permission severe attack, and every sin's severe attack is different. The Lord's severe attack is judgment. It is, I point at you, I ask you a couple questions. For every question you answer no to, I roll a die. You gain that much sin. Also, Arrow, pick one. Would you like a DC fun fact or a Marvel fun fact? I personally prefer Marvel. That's like, I don't think that Marvel is better than DC. It's just I, in my personal experience, have had more engagement with Marvel. So go ahead and hit me with a Marvel fun fact. We've been browsing the Starfinder spell list and found a terrifying rank 10 spell called Quantum Negation. It does 9999 damage and deletes the target from reality. Okay, I don't know what a rank 10 spell is. Is that like level 10 on a D&D scale? Feels Pulp Fiction, even though I've never seen Pulp Fiction from the Arby's bit. Okay, so take all this, put it in your brain. Think on it. Let's talk about Tarantino and his dialogue. So, Tarantino and his dialogue. A lot of times, he will have entire scenes devoted to characters just talking. And a lot of people praise this. Some people think it's boring. And a lot of people, a lot of creatives, take this and say, okay, I'll take my characters and make them talk. And I would say 9 times out of 10, if you're like, yeah, I was inspired by Tarantino to have a scene where they're talking, it's usually not that good. Because what Tarantino does with talking is rarely just have them talk. Yes, he is a very like witty kind of writer. He prefers snappy dialogue that is almost like a little MCU, like M-rated MCU, where there's a lot of like back and forth. There's a lot of banter. There's a lot of, I say one thing, you say something in response, and I say something in response to your response. And like, it's not necessarily natural dialogue, but it is kind of has oomph behind it. But then obviously he also does have his natural dialogue scenes, and there is a difference between what I'm thinking of and the main thing I think of when I think of Tarantino's Pulp Fiction. I think of the difference between the scene where John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson, I don't remember their characters' names, but the two of the main characters, they're walking through an apartment building and they're just talking about foot rubs. And then contrast that with the next conversation they have, which is where they're interrogating these kids that are like going against their boss. His dialogue more like wit fight. That's what I was going to get to. So in the conversation where they're walking up to it, I've already seen a lot of people talk about this, but the idea being is that of the two characters, one of them feels there's nothing wrong with giving a man's wife a foot rub. The other one says, no, that's effectively cheating. And they're basically arguing about the emotional intimacy of giving a woman a foot rub. And what it does is that it not only establishes them talking about foot rubs and also Tarantino's thinly veiled foot fetish, but also it talks about their characters and their views of the world. It is not just we're talking about foot rubs to talk about foot rubs, even though it kind of is. It's also, who are we? What is our relationship to not only one another, but also to our boss and our boss's wife, and our views on our subservience to him, and also just in general, what do we feel is this connection of intimacy? Versus in the interrogation scene, this is not natural dialogue a lot of the time. This is meant to be exciting and evocative. When Samuel L. Jackson starts quoting the Bible, that is not meant to be something someone would actually say. That's meant to be cool. So here's a situation where this is like a set piece, and this is set up. Does the foot rub conversation set up something plot-wise? Not really. Does it set up character? Does it give you a glimpse into who they are and their relationships with one another? Yes. And also, critically, the main thing that a lot of people forget when they try to mimic Tarantino dialogue is it has tension. Because at the end of the day, they're talking about giving a foot rub to like a mafia boss's wife. And if I remember correctly, I think it was like John Travolta's character did that. And it's basically like him trying to make his case of like, what? No, like, or I don't remember the exact conversation. It's been years since I've seen Pulp Fiction. But the idea being is that like this is literally talking about something that is it okay to do this? And if it's not, death is on the table, right? Hey, Clem. Hawkeye being deaf actually makes him a neat pair. Huh. That is true. I never thought about that. Okay, so Marvel fun fact, Hawkeye's actually deaf. Yes, I knew that. He's actually deaf. How much is dependent on the story, but he can read lips and has hearing aids, and depending on the story, learned all he did. Yeah. So he learned all he could at a circus. Yeah, so I know Hawkeye's deaf, or at least partially deaf. And does anyone know this? Does anyone know this? There's like a 2011 Hawkeye run where he is deaf, and there is or I think he is deafened by like an explosion or something, and he literally does sign language, like on like in a panel, and there are no subtitles. It's literally just, if you know sign language, you can understand what he's saying, and if you don't, you don't. And this is the same run that had an entire chapter from the view of a dog. And the dog was like listening in on a conversation, but it only knew specific dog-related words like walk. So it was an entire chapter where very important exposition is obfuscated through the eyes of a dog. Daredevil's immune to Ringmaster's... oh, that would make sense. I hope my DM will understand that I'm not talking BS and will dig deeper instead of just cursing me. Deadpool, when talking to Hawkeye, pulls up his mask to show his lips and does sign language so Hawkeye can understand it better. Aw, that's cute. See, okay. After having played Marvel Rivals, I have kind of Deadpool in the brain. Not a lot, but a little bit. And I've been thinking about Deadpool, and... he is someone that I think obviously is overplayed, right? In the same way I feel Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, they're all overplayed. No matter how cool they are, no matter how fun they are oversaturated because they're popular. The more popular they are, the more material they get. The more material that they get, the more popular they get. The more popular they are, the more material they get. And it's a feedback loop. That's why we've had never-ending Batman stuff for 80 years. That's why Spider-Man hasn't gone anywhere in 60 years. However, Deadpool is actually like super sweet. And I think the best Deadpools tend to be the ones where they remember that he's actually a really good guy. Like, obviously, he's chaotic neutral, if not chaotic evil, right? He's a mercenary. He will kill callously. He doesn't care about honor, decorum, respect in most cases. But he's a sweet guy towards those he works with, whether it's like Lady Death or, in this case, Hawkeye, his other team members, Rogue. And I feel as though a lot of people think he is either like smack talk or Banana Man with like no other substance. And I think that's something that is kind of annoying. And I don't think this is the fault of like Deadpool as a character concept. I think it's the fault of him being overplayed. Much in the same way that like Batman being this like hyper ultra like machine detective who only cares about justice is not interesting, right? When you have Batman and all he cares about is bringing justice to criminals, and all he cares about is being, I am the night, I am vengeance, like that's not interesting. What does Banana Man mean? So in comedy, there's often this idea of a duo where one is the straight man and one is the banana man. The banana man is the one making all the jokes, is the one being silly, is the one not taking anything seriously. The straight man is the one that takes everything seriously, is the one that takes everything at face value. So the straight man, by being so normal, makes the banana man, and therefore the comedy, hit harder. If you think Abbott and Costello, who's on first? I don't remember who's who, I'm so sorry. But like the guy asking who's on first is the banana man. Whereas the guy telling him who is on first is the straight man. Because in that circumstance, to the straight man, it's all normal. Who is the dude's name? what is the dude's name? I don't know is the dude's name. That's all normal. He takes everything normally, no matter how ridiculous. The Banana Man is the one freaking out and going like, who is on first? I thought it was Funny Man and Straight Man. Funny Man, Straight Man, or Funny Man, Banana Man. I've heard both. The Straight Man and the Gay Man, classic duo. You know what? They can do a fusion dance together to become one single bisexual. Deadpool's a fun character. He's often flanderized. Yeah, he's often flanderized, and like, I personally feel that with Marvel Rivals. I feel like because it's like a teen-rated game, and like you can't say the F word, you can't call anyone anything that's too mean, you can't say anything that is too controversial in any direction. Like, he just kind of is high energy, and he like winks at the camera a bunch, which I'm not a huge fan of. I do feel that like Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool was a pretty good interpretation of just like the balance between how sweet he is and also just how disregarding of any sense of care he also is. But at the same time, it's hard for me to take a major motion studio playing, like presenting a character that's meant to make fun of major motion studios seriously. Right? Like, my biggest issue with the Ryan Reynolds interpretation is he is a guy in a movie presented by a giant corporation where a lot of his jokes are, haha, don't giant corporations suck? And like, yes. However, that kind of doesn't land when you're being bankrolled by that giant corporation, and also all of those jokes you made at the expense of the giant corporation were approved by legal and also HR and also sales and marketing. Like, I don't know, like that undercuts it for me. If it's like an indie studio making those kind of jokes, absolutely. If it's an independent making those kind of jokes, absolutely. Even if it's like back in the day when it was like Marvel making that, Marvel was not top dog. Marvel was one of the top dogs, was going back and forth with DC all the time, but ultimately, like, the top dog of the comics industry was nowhere near the level of influence as a major studio. There's a really good Deadpool comic where he finds a girl about to commit self-termination, brings her to a Hamilton show that was sold out. When she wanted to go back to the roof, he said, okay, then drove her to the hospital. She was pissed, but he was like, I'm not good at this, but I know you need help. Aww. Banana Man is also a UK superhero spoof comic? It's in the Beano? What's that mean? Yeah, Deadpool, as long as he doesn't cross and is capable of human decency. I would say, like, Deadpool is someone who is... Okay, so Deadpool and Wolverine are actually quite similar. Where... And this is why it's nice that they have a movie together. Wolverine? The Wolverine. So it's funny that they have a movie together because Deadpool and Wolverine are both very similar, where they're both good, or like good aligned. Yes, Deadpool has been a villain before, but Wolverine has also been a villain too. Generally on more like edgy anti-villain, like loner arcs, but a villain nonetheless. Broadly speaking, they're both on the side of good mostly. And depending on the source material, Wolverine will be as self-destructive and like rude and hostile as he's allowed, while Deadpool will be like as callous and like sacrilegious and like crass as he's allowed. And so that means if you have either of them in like a G-rated children's cartoon show, they're both going to feel neutered, and that usually doesn't work too well for the character. Similarly, if you have something that's M-rated, they will often go balls to the wall because the writer thinks more is better. generally speaking, I feel like almost like a R17 is like the best rating for them, because then that kind of reins in the impulse of the writer to be like, well, we need Wolverine to be super edgy. We need Wolverine to be super aggressive. We need Deadpool to be super crass and callous. And like, it kind of reins that back in, like, okay, can't go too far. Like, they can say the F word. They can curse out their opponents. They can't, like, Deadpool can make jokes that he probably shouldn't make, and everyone can like gasp at him about it. And Wolverine can like go really hard and like being really aggressive and like hurt the enemy in a way that no other X-Men would be willing to. But ultimately, it's not going to be like gratuitous, right? Deadpool's a fun character. He's just often flanderized. His lines he doesn't cross. He's a pan icon. The thing is with Wolverine is peak fiction. He is a pan icon, and like obviously he's obsessed with Lady Death, but he's also like weirdly attracted to like Colossus and Cable, and basically any like, he's the weird thing where most folks I know who are like bi or pan, and I've heard this called Reddit sexuality before, where they're attracted to basically like any woman and like exclusively twinks. So Deadpool is this weird reversal of that, where he's like attracted to like any woman and exclusively like hunks. It's kind of funny. Marvel fun fact: Deadpool Wade Wilson is a spoof. Yeah, on Deathstroke. Deadpool is just more fun and better than Slade. Like, that's the thing. Slade kind of sucks unless you make him an entirely different character, kind of like what they did in the Teen Titans, the animated show from the 2000s. That's why the same thing is true of Tombstone of Marvel, where he kind of sucks as a character unless you rewrite him to just be Kingpin, which they did in the 2011 Spectacular Spider-Man. I really like Tombstone in the Spectacular Spider-Man show because Tombstone is basically just Kingpin. He's like a mob boss who works behind the scenes, has good public relations, is super strong and ruthless, but ultimately he is willing to work with anyone and everyone if it is profitable for him, up to including literally looking Spider-Man and being like, hey, I don't have a problem with you taking out these supervillains. I will give you like $100,000 a month if you just look the other way for smaller scale unpowered crime. I mean, you're so busy fighting superheroes anyway, you can't be bothered with them. Because he understands that he will make more money by just having Spider-Man not go after these low-level criminals. And then it gets to show off how like heroic Spider-Man is by being like, no, I'll never do that. And then like the black suit, actually, in Spectacular Spider-Man, he gets the symbiote suit. And it's actually really cool because not only does he take on the Sinister Six while asleep, he's asleep and he fights the Sinister Six. And he's not wisecracking at all during it because he's asleep. The symbiote is piloting his body like a puppet. But also, in the symbiote suit, because he has more like dark emotions, he goes to Tombstone and basically is like, yeah, I'll take your offer. And then Tombstone is like, I don't trust this. Do something for me first. Go 2 weeks without stopping any low-level criminals, and I'll start giving you the money. Spectacular Spider-Man was the thing that got you into superheroes when you were younger. It was so peak. I actually only watched it like 5 years ago because I saw a YouTube video about it, and it was probably like H-Bomber guy or like Shea Frillis Productions or like some YouTuber who like talks about that kind of stuff. I saw it and I'm like, that seems pretty cool. And then I watched it a few years ago. When I think what got me into Marvel, obviously there were shows like on TV, but the main thing I can think of is Ultimate Alliance. I grew up with Ultimate Alliance 1, and my friend had Ultimate Alliance 2, and I briefly remember playing that a bit. Like, we played through the Civil War storyline, but Ultimate Alliance is a Marvel game where the core conceit is that in the Ultimates universe, you have access to basically, I won't say every, I'll say like 50 of the most popular characters. So you have your Avengers, you have Iron Man and Captain America and Thor, but you also have the X-Men, like Nightcrawler wasn't playable in one, and Jean. Actually, was there a lot of X-Men? There was Wolverine. There was there Colossus? I think there's Colossus, but not Thing. There was also Luke Cage. There was a Daredevil, Ghost Rider, Moon Knight. There was Deadpool. There was obviously Spider-Man, but also Spider-Woman. There was Nick Fury you could play as. Like Marvel Ultimate, and there's Iceman is someone else I was thinking of. I think the Fantastic Four was not there. I believe so. And I just remember really enjoying this, and this gave me a lot of information on Marvel characters. That's why when I saw the trailers for Black Widow, there's like Captain Soviet or whatever that's in it, like the Soviet Captain America, like the guy with the red shield. And I thought that was going to be Crimson Dynamo. And Crimson Dynamo is one of the first bosses you fight in Ultimate Alliance. So I was so excited to do that when I played the Guardians game from a few years ago. You have to go fight Fin Fang Foom. And Fin Fang Foom is a boss in Ultimate Alliance that attacks the helicarrier, and you need to defend the helicarrier from Fin Fang Foom. Namor in Marvel Rivals. I have a connection to him because in Ultimate Alliance, he is an enemy that you have to fight, because I think that he was like under mind control, and then you break him out of mind control, and then he opens up Atlantis to you. But while he's under mind control, he summons the Kraken, and you have to fight the Kraken. Vision, like, is there, but I don't think he's playable. I just got insane childhood flashbacks from that game. Yeah! Red Guardian, thank you. We all know Arrow learned Marvel characters from Rivals fan art. No, so I knew about a lot of the characters. Like, generally, the characters that no one knew about, I didn't know about. Or not no one, but like Magic, for instance, and Luna. Like, I didn't know either of these characters. However, now I know that apparently they're super shipped, and there's a lot of really good fan art about them. And I don't know why. I don't know if this is comic accurate. I don't know if it's just like people being like, oh, it's two attractive ladies, let me draw them together. But there's a lot of good art of these two. Are we ranking superheroes villains? Nope. We're just talking about Marvel Ultimate Alliance and how that is basically one of the things that got me into comics. Which I never got into comics, more so just like the comics universe and Marvel in particular. I really enjoyed. So like, I remember there was a fight with Mysterio where Mysterio would make copies of himself, and you would have to like fight which one was the correct copy. And if you failed, like the rest of them would attack you. There's a fight with MODOK. there's a fight with MODOK. Murder on, I don't remember. It's OK or AK? I don't remember. But there's a fight with MODOK where you don't actually fight MODOK. It's just he asks you questions and you have to answer Marvel trivia. And if you get it right, you step forward. And if you get it wrong, you get shocked. And then you have to like fight him, but it's really easy afterwards. But because if you answer any questions wrong, you lose a bunch of health, it becomes a game of like, do you know trivia well enough? What are some of the other ones? In Mephisto. In Mephisto, you have to fight Mephisto. But he also kidnapped Jean Grey and Nightcrawler. And you have to save one of them. And the other one gets dropped further into Mephisto. And then when you're about to fight Mephisto, whichever one you didn't save, he has like taken control of. And then you have to fight them where either you have to fight Jean Grey in the Phoenix form, or you have to fight Nightcrawler as he's teleporting around. Yeah, Spiders-Man is a Spider-Man variant that's just a swarm of thousands of spiders. That all the hive mind of the personality and memories of Peter Parker after they ate him. Was Marvel Ultimate Alliance the one that was an adaptation of the Civil War plotline? So that was Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. I didn't have that. My friend had that. And we played briefly where it was, we joined Captain America. Which I'm not gonna lie, out of the characters that tend to like ascribe to each side, I prefer Iron Man's. Like just the roster of people that go there, I prefer them. But broadly speaking, like, I don't know. I would probably side with Captain America, realistically, in Civil War. And I think it's telling that, from my understanding, at the very least in Ultimate Alliance, because I did like a read-through of the plot recently of Ultimate Alliance 2. I think in the plot of Ultimate Alliance 2, Magneto and the mutants all side with Captain America because they recognize that like government registration of all heroes is not a good thing and is basically exactly what they tried doing to the mutants, and that was unfair then and it is unfair now. And even though Magneto ultimately only cares about mutant kind, he understands and respects the fact that he has an obligation to fight against tyranny, and that's just cool. Like, that's just awesome. Yeah, Mephisto's not the devil from the Bible, he just takes the devil's credit. Captain America is the right choice 9 out of 10 times. Yeah, exactly. Unless he's like secretly working for Hydra. Sweet Marvel fun fact, Spider-Man always hangs out with Wolverine on Wolverine's birthday, so Wolverine doesn't spend it alone. Wait, dude, the other X-Men not? Like, I understand Wolverine is super like edgy and super like pushes everyone away. Crimson Dynamo was kind of mixed in Whiplash. Ah, got it. Magic I see shipped with Kitty. Oh! Attractive people. Magic, canon pansexual too. There's panels where she asks a bunch of aliens if they want to make out, and when they refuse, she says she picked it wrong because now she's gonna fight them. I aspire to get to the point where I can say, hey, want to make out? And then if they say no, I can say wrong answer. Okay, I'm fighting you now. I feel like that's peak sapphic, right? Captain America is secretly working for you? Yeah, Hydra. The more time passes, the harder it is to frame Magneto as a villain. Okay, that's the thing. Magneto's a weird case because Magneto is explicitly tied to a specific event in real life history, which means the further we get from that event, the more contrivances you have to make for Magneto to be around actually doing stuff. Because he is a survivor from World War II Germany, right? So the further we get from that, and comics broadly speaking take place in the modern day, Magneto is eventually going to either have a complete character shift or just going to go away entirely. Which, I've talked about this openly. I've talked about this with my comic book friend, and my comic book friend agrees and kind of says it's happening, but I don't believe him. I think we need to phase out all these old heroes. Like, I genuinely think we have had too many Spider-Man stories, too many Batman stories. There have been too many Green Lanterns. There have been too many Supermen. Like, I think we need to get to the point where we just stop, like, rebooting, stop resurrecting. And I know it's never going to happen because money. That's never going to happen because if I have a child and I grew up with Batman, and Batman was my favorite superhero, I'm going to want to show my child Batman, not like Soap Man or whatever they come up with, right? Orochi Prime NHP, Captain America was secretly a gas drone. Like gasp. I think it depends on the version of Wolverine. That's the thing, right? Because Wolverine, like I said earlier, depending on the rating, he will either just call everyone bub and not be friendly, or he will like actively get in fights with his fellow teammates because he doesn't want to be told what to do, and like he is a loner and traumatized and all this stuff. So like it's really like a toss-up what Wolverine you're gonna get based on the rating. And even in that, like sometimes you'll have a situation where he's super sweet to Jean, and he like Professor X has his respect, so he isn't mean to Professor X. Colossus, he has a relationship with, but everyone else outside of these three, nope, stop it. You have ones where he is like really close with Cyclops, Scott Summers, and other times where they're at each other's throats. And really, that's like, generally speaking, Wolverine will be a great indication of the tone of whatever thing you're watching, right? Like if you're watching a piece of media, or you're reading a piece of media, or you're playing a piece of media, and Wolverine is in it, if you see how he acts in accordance to authority and in accordance to like someone he disagrees with, that will give you a very good indication of what the tone is. Don't you diss my boy Soapman? Listen, I didn't say nothing bad about Soapman. I just said, like, if I grew up with one hero, I'm probably going to want to have that shown to my kids. Which is why we're like 4 generations deep now. 40s and 50s, 60s and 70s, 80s and 90s, O's and 10s. We're like 5 generations deep now of heroes. Of specifically like Superman, Batman, old school, like Captain America, old school heroes. And then more like there was heroes introduced in like the 50s and the 60s that are still around as well. But broadly speaking, like the vast majority of superheroes in the public consciousness right now are closing in on 100 years old, which I think is wild. And I understand that that is a fantastic marketing decision. Like Superman, the 100th year Centennial Edition, giving hope to the people of Earth for 100 years and counting. Like, that's good marketing. And so there's no way they're going to toss that. When we're already like 15 years away from that, there's no way they're going to stop that. But I think legitimately, the writing suffers. Dick Grayson, Nightwing. Or even just his Papa Batman. Both of these two have had so many flings and romances and like betrayals from the same people over and over again, because when you have Batman, he has romanced Catwoman, Harley Quinn, sometimes Poison Ivy, Batgirl on occasion, which like Nightwing has romanced Starfire, Batgirl, occasionally Harley Quinn, but so very quickly it adds up, and very quickly it's weird. And DC, I will say, is a smaller offender of this than Marvel, because I don't like the fact that every 15 years they reset everything, but also resetting everything means if Nightwing dates a character and then it gets reset and then Batman dates that same character, it's less weird, right? Because it's not the same universe. But with Marvel, everything is continuous, which I think is a much worse sin in terms of like every stupid thing Peter Parker has done because a random writer in the 80s thought it would be cool, and then they completely ruined his character. Or like One More Day, for instance, is an example that comes to mind. Or even just like giving MJ cancer via his radioactive fluids. Like, they have to constantly justify this in lore. Okay, but DC fun fact, Batman started Nightwing because he's everything Batman wanted to be. I mean, Nightwing, I like Nightwing. I like Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson is cool. However, Dick Grayson is an F-boy. Because when I, as a writer of a DC comic, want I introduce a new young female hero or villain or whoever, and I want them to romance someone who is a 18 to 25-year-old somewhat popular male hero. Nightwing. He is tied to... Question. Is Batman or Superman the biggest DC hero? Because I know Superman is the face of DC, but I feel like Batman is more popular. And I'm not saying that in like one's better than the other. I mean like just numbers wise. Do we know if Superman or Batman sells more? Batman's biggest by a mile, yeah. Same, like Spider-Man is biggest of Marvel, for instance, and Spider-Man is also the poster child of Marvel. But I feel like Superman has this weird thing where like Superman is their poster boy, but Batman's their biggest seller. Superman for heroes in general. That's fair. Right, that makes sense. I meant, Batman stated that Nightwing is everything he wanted Batman to be. I mean, yeah, but like, as soon as I bring up the F-boy, wait, I changed my mind. But if you have a new hero or villain or a young woman who is in the superhero, who is a metahuman, and you want them to have a good guy romance, you throw Nightwing at him. Because he's tied to the biggest DC hero. He's also fairly popular on his own. He has his own established history, and he's just a good guy. I don't think Dick Grayson has many... I'm not gonna say he doesn't have character flaws, but he doesn't have... he's no Jason Todd, right? He's no even Tim Drake or Damian Wayne. He's just a good guy. He's not perfect. He's not the smartest guy in the room, but he's smart. He's not the strongest hero, but he's quick. Speaking of DC, have you heard anything about Absolute Universe? Okay, is the Absolute Universe, is that the one where Batman has a barrel chest and everyone's super edgy? Is that an Elseworlds story? Dick Grayson is one of, if not the most boring Robin. I would say as a Robin, he's the most boring. 100%. Or no, actually, no, disagree. Jason Todd as a Robin is the most boring. Because Jason Todd as Robin was just Dick Grayson, but again. And then once he becomes Red Hood, he becomes more interesting. I see what you mean, Oz. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I just feel Jason is more boring as Robin, whereas Tim Drake, who I don't know much about, I'm not gonna lie. I know he's the detective, but I don't know much about him, and he becomes Red Robin. Tim Drake, from what I'm aware, is the most Robin, is the one who literally, when he graduates from being Robin, he keeps the Robin moniker because he was that good at being Robin. Jason Todd is angry. Okay, so what I don't know a lot of Jason Todd. I don't know a lot of modern Jason Todd Robin stuff. The main thing I know Jason of as Robin was when he died. Because when he was first introduced and then up until he died, he was Dick Grayson, but again. And then obviously he becomes Red Hood, gets resurrected, all that stuff. He's way more interesting now. But, and I don't know if they've retconned that. I don't know if they've gone back and be well, actually, here's how he was different from Dick and he had anger issues the whole time and Batman just was trying to work with that. I don't know that. But my understanding is that Jason wasn't very interesting as a Robin. Absolute Universe is a universe made by Darkseid where everything is slightly pulled evil, so hope has to burn brighter. Okay. My issue with that, that's almost always Grimdark. Where I feel that works best when it's Noble Dark. Right? And I've talked about this before. There's a meme that's circulating right now, which is Grimdark versus Noble Dark versus Grim Bright versus Noble Bright. I feel... Sorry to sneeze. Grimdark is everything sucks and hope is foolish. Thank you. Yeah, no, literally, the readers killed him. The readers voted, does Jason Todd live or die? And overwhelmingly, they voted for him to die. Yeah, so can someone explain what Noble Dark is? Longtime 40k fan, so I know Grimdark, but it's not Noble Dark. So Noble Dark is a world that sucks, but there is hope. Effectively, Grimdark is what happens when you say, the world sucks, and that sucks for you. Suck it up. Whereas Noble Dark is, the world sucks, and you can work to change that. It will not be easy, it will be hard, and you will probably die trying. But you can make the world 0.1% better, and therefore you should. And the whole thing with Noble Dark is that Noble Dark is Grimdark, but with hope. Noble Dark is Grimdark, but there is hope of a better future so long as you work towards it. I would say real life is Noble Dark. Real life sucks right now, and has sucked for a long time, and has sucked for for various groups of people at different times in different ways. But broadly speaking, there is hope for the future. Brandon Sanderson, yeah. Mistborn, Noble Dark. Most people don't want to fight in TTRPGs, just RP and no stakes or consequences. That is dependent on your group. And I would say if you want a RP focused system, my recommendation is Vampire the Masquerade. I think that's fantastic at that. I think that it's niche, but it is very cool. City of Mist, if you want something a bit more broad. If you want a role-playing oriented system where you don't need to combat, you don't need anything like that. If you just want to chill with your friends and have a like, honestly, if all you want is RP, why are you playing a TTRPG? Just make characters and talk to your friends, like improv. Like, you can improv. That's acceptable. If all you want to do is role play, just talk to your friends in character. And then maybe like come up with the idea of like, oh, I don't want any stakes. I just want a slice of life anime where we all play the characters. Just do a play by post, make a Discord server, have one channel of the main chat, have one channel of the in character, and have one channel of the memes about it. Boom. So Absolute is Noble Dark? I guess. My concern is anytime I hear this world has a pull towards evil, or this world sucks, or this world is everything but slightly worse. But all of that means that hope can burn brighter. I find personally, they just want an excuse to delve into stuff like assault, or like slavery, or taboos. And then the hope is just like, isn't this so awful? And then they don't actually like give hope for the future. They don't do anything to like, but it's not hopeful. A lot of times when it's just misery. It's just grimdark. Like 40K is something where it's not trying to have hope, so I don't hold that against the setting. 40K says, this setting sucks. It will not get better. Like, abandon hope ye who enter here should be at the top of 40K's gate. And entering in with that mindset, you can enjoy the setting. If you go into 40K, like, everything sucks, but there's the hope for things to get better, and then everything happens exactly the same way, you will be like, this setting sucks. I don't like this setting. Batman tends towards the grimmer part, but if you want more hope, read Absolute Wonder Woman. Okay, so that's clarification. I know very little about Absolute. I'm working entirely in a vacuum. I have heard and seen a couple fragments about Batman, like Absolute Batman. So if Batman is kind of like the grimmest part, if Batman leans grimmer while the others lean more hopeful, that would make sense why I'm worried about this. Yeah, Terry Pratchett called out hopeless. Terry Pratchett is awesome. What does Absolute Martian Manhunter land? Oh my gosh. So wait, so Wonder Woman was raised in hell, being the daughter of Circe in an underworld, to my understanding. Huh. Absolute Universe has Superman. Oh, this is the one where Batman grew up poor and grows into a construction worker. Oh, it's this one. Got it. I love combat and adventure, but there's a poll on Twitter. Most people just chose roleplay. I mean, okay, so I love roleplay. That is the main reason why I play a TTRPG, is to roleplay. However, ultimately, I play a TTRPG to play a game, not just to make a character and talk with my friends. So what I've done is I'll have entire sessions where no dice are rolled because it's just role-playing. I love that. However, I still want there to be combat. I still want there to be trials and tribulations. I still want there to be stakes beyond that. Batman Who Laughs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Batman Who Laughs. Like, I'm not even gonna get into Batman Who Laughs. It's like that's like the underworld. Was like Netherworld. It's like the inverse of the world where everything's opposite and super evil. But then the Batman Who Laughs was the most evil, and he got other evil Batmans. And it's like, yeah, I get it. You want to do like a evil version of Spider-Verse, but for Batman. And Absolute Batman is definitely darker, but he still shows hope. He's able to teach Alfred, who's a mercenary assassin, how not kill to bring good, and he still defeats Bane. Absolute Martian Manhunter is an LSD dream thing living in a dude's head. I love Absolute Wonder Man. I love how, despite the fact she was literally raised in hell, is arguably the nicest hero in the universe. And that's the kind of stuff I love, right? That's the kind of stuff I can actually rock. I guess I've just been kind of like burned by media that says, oh, this is a dark world, but that just makes the hope bright, like the hope burn all the brighter. But then it just sucks. Like, if someone tried describing Berserk as noble bright, I would be like, what are you smoking? Like, yeah, the whole point of Berserk is struggle. But it's not the hope of a better future. It's the hope. It is the will to work past what you're dealing with right now. And this is where I think Grimdark shines. Grimdark is not about changing the world for the better. Grimdark is about overcoming adversity, overwhelming adversity, the indomitable human spirit. Berserk, perfect example of that. 40K, I think, does a worse job of this than Berserk. Because Berserk is so focused, right? Berserk is focused on Guts, and therefore can focus on Guts' struggles and the rest of the strugglers, not a galaxy of all these, like, hundreds of characters. Less fun fact, the Jason Todd vote was revealed to be tampered with because some people used the equivalent of voting bots to get a max, and some rage baiters who thought DC wouldn't do it. That's kind of funny. Spinning off the RP section, me and my friends have started playing D&D. We have a good time with combat, but how do you have any tips, tricks? Okay. You're not going to like this. Ozzy? If you... Oh, sorry. I was going to say other way around. I thought you were saying, like, I want to RP more and combat less. How should I do this in D&D? And my answer was going to be stop playing D&D, play a different system. But if you got into D&D and your players or the rest of your group's having trouble role-playing, out of game, ask them, hey, does this interest you? And if they say, yeah, sure, why not? Then be like, okay, what about role-playing interests you? Do you want to have funny character moments? Do you want to have dramatic, character, connections? Or do you want it to be, a really intense, emotional moment with the plot? And they're like, all of that's fine. That is an indication, that is picking up on social cues and subtlety, that they don't really care, right? Because if I care about role-playing, and you ask me, well, would you prefer funny moments or emotional connection or really intense character beats? I would say my focus is mostly, I want characters to get connected to each other. I don't really care if that's positive or negative. I just want emotional connection between characters. That is me signposting what I want from my character and from my game. Therefore, you can trust the fact that if you try to have an emotional connection with my character, I will probably respond. But if I just say, I roleplay's fine, anything's good for me, that's an indication that while I might not be anti-roleplay, I'm not invested in the roleplay. I don't have a desire from the roleplay, which means I might not respond to you if you try to have an emotional connection to my character. I might not set you up for a really funny joke that you want to make. I might not be engaged in the plot or narrative. So it's a little bit of just asking them directly and then interrogating their answer. Because a lot of people say, yeah, I want to roleplay. Yeah, combat's fun. Yeah, this exploration is something I'm interested in. And then when exploration rolls around, they disengage. They don't care because they don't actually want exploration. They just said sure because they don't want to cut off their options. I don't want all combat. I just think it's a major factor of me in settings like D&D and similar things. RP is cool too. I just like using my character abilities. So what I will say, if you want a combat-oriented game where you mostly are playing combat and not a lot of else, play D&D or Lancer. D&D is if you like fantasy. Lancer is if you like sci-fi. If you want a system where you play more narrative and there's a lot of more role playing where combat takes a back seat, I would say Vampire the Masquerade or City of Mist, where Vampire the Masquerade is if you want it to be more horror themed, and City of Mist is where you want it to be more investigative themed. And I would say if you want like an investigation plot oriented game that has a balance of the two, or not less a balance of the two, but if you want an investigation oriented game, I would say Kane or Call of Cthulhu. And maybe Blades. But like Blades in the dark. I have not played these two. I can't really give my thoughts on them too much. But Kane is a system where you're investigating, and every hunt will have a combat. The goal of each hunt is to combat, but how much combat you do up until that final combat is up to the admin. You can have no combat. You can have 5 combats. It's really up to the admin. Call of Cthulhu, you should not be doing combat at all. It is basically entirely role-playing and investigative, but there might be combat with cultists, for instance. Blades is very political. Blades is a group of thieves and like a criminal organization where you have to like go on heists and stuff, so that can be as much combat as you want it to be. It's just what flavor of Yuri Yaoi do you really want? True! Vampire the Masquerade mentioned raw! Lancer is cool, I like it. Yeah. I ran into an issue with my previous campaign where I just wasn't interested in my character and couldn't find a way to turn them into something interesting. So you want to know what you do with that? You tell your GM, hey, I don't think my character is interesting. And they're like, okay, how do you want to fix this? And you say, I want a new character. So your GM says, okay, and then you talk with your GM and you're like, do you want your character to retire? Do you want your character to die? Or do you want your character to change? If they retire, they just leave. They'll walk away. They might leave amicably. They might be kidnapped. They might go and like spend the rest of their day on a farm, whatever. Like they can just dip. They don't have to stay until they die. Or they die. Narratively, in the next combat, whatever happens, like they die. Or they change. Maybe you're playing a human fighter and you're like, this is really boring. I'd really rather play like a Goliath barbarian. So then they're like, okay, magic happens. You talk to a fae and the fae changes your body. Now you completely change your character sheet, and that also changes your personality. You're technically the same character. It's the same name, but you're a completely different personality, class, species, and therefore you get to play something more interesting. Yeah, we do the retire and die method. I played D&D for a few years and switched to Pathfinder. Speaking to my dad, who's an old D&D and Call of Cthulhu player from the 80s, he described Call of Cthulhu spending the whole session looking for the summon and then running away when you find it. That's really funny. Oh, I want to... Delta Green is another one that if you like Call of Cthulhu... Delta Green is one where if you like Call of Cthulhu, if you like SCP, if you like investigation, that would be interesting. Another one, have not played. Seen videos talking about it. I watched Quinn's Quest video about it. I watched, is it Seth Skorskowski? His video on it that came out recently. Like, Delta Green seems cool. It's Lancer, so your character dies and fades into the background looking into the sky. No, Lancer's too happy for that. Random module for Old West Call of Cthulhu ones. Weird West, but it's Call of Cthulhu. So instead of like hucksters and shapeshifters and undead rising from the graves, it's like eldritch abominations and moonlight cultists and shogoths. That sounds awesome. That sounds incredible. And then Call of Cthulhu, Weird West, but all of the like religious superstitions, like all of this is still true. So you still have like ghosts and skeletons walking around, and you still have werewolves off in the woods, and you still have like the old prospector that died 10 years ago, but you can still hear him mining to this day. but all of it is completely unrelated to the devil, to the like old ones and the cultists. And so you have cultists that are going to a crossroads at midnight and meeting a man in black who smells of sulfur and offering their souls in exchange for the knowledge to summon down a Shoggoth. So you have like this weird intersection of like, now do you go talk to the devil to beat Cthulhu? That'd be so cool. Call of Cthulhu, but it's just an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh my gosh. Cthulhu Tech also exists if you like Call of Cthulhu, but you want to play Shadowrun. Oh my gosh. You have a writing credit in a Delta Green LARP book. Awesome. Enjoy the storage array. Trey. That seems cool. Yeah. They were hired to find the stolen deeds to a gold mine. They ran into some bandits also doing the same, then decided to team up and find out why the mine was abandoned. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, so right now, I'm currently working on a TTRPG where you play as synthetics in my world. And this was supposed to be like a 10-page thing that then grew. And I really need to stop saying that it's about to be done. My goal is to release it by the weekend. My goal is to release it by the weekend. And if I have the time, I want to get it out by the weekend. Because I also have a different one where you play as creatures and you're evolving a species as magic fades from a world. This one, I've decided to add a bit more to. I put it back in the oven. It's still cooking. The synthetics one, basically ready to pop. I literally just need a couple more hours on it, and then I should be good to release it. It's mostly formatting. At this point, like I just want to make it look nice, right? And the creatures one, I actually have some more mechanics. Excuse you. Excuse you. Cue the zombie slime-possessed prospectors attacking the group, killing most of the bandits before the party was able to beat back the slime creatures. Oh my gosh. Offering your soul to a demon to fight a cultist who offered their soul to Yogg-Sothoth, so they basically are using your bodies to have a Pokemon battle. Okay. Call of Cthulhu-esque Pokemon, where you can summon, like, elder things, like things beyond comprehension, and you don't have Pokeballs. You don't have a limit on how many you can summon. It's entirely a matter of what is your sanity, and you get a benefit to how many you can summon at a single time if you close your eyes and look away. But by closing your eyes and looking away, you literally just have to guess what you tell them to do. It exists, Pokethulu. Yes, but does it have a sanity? Does it have a sanity mechanic where you go crazy by summoning them? That's monsters and other childish things, kind of. See, I had the idea of giving JJK the Pokemon treatment with how the series goes into curse types. Oh my gosh. I like the creature of the fading, creature fading and survivor, creature one in a fading world. Yeah, so the creature one is a TTRPG that I wrote up that is just wholly original. And it is, you create a species that is in a world with magic. And then you make a creature of that species. However, magic is fading from the world. So your species is trying to evolve rapidly using magic to get to a point where you can self-sustain after magic fades from the world. So you might start with like 5 organs that one of them like allows you to like gain energy, so you don't need to eat food. One of them might allow you to respirate, so you don't need a mouth to breathe. One of them might allow you to communicate, so you don't need like a tongue or pheromones or like rhythmic dancing or whatever you communicate with. But over time, the entire like thrust of the game is racing against the clock to evolve your species as you play as different creatures of it. Can they make their own magic field or something? This is a Stone Age civilization. That's the other neat bit. So you're working with Stone Age technology. Bronze has just been discovered. It is rare. It is uncommon. And so you don't really have the ability. Yeah, it's literally Spore. It is the intersection of the creature stage and the tribal stage. Imagine Spore tribal stage if you could still like change your creature. Pokemon, but with ghost spirits, just saying I can see it working. I really want to make a game, and I realize that this is kind of just Shin Megami Tensei, but I want to make a game like on Godot where it is Fire Emblem / Pokemon, but with demons. So it's a little bit like Pokemon Conquest, but the whole deal is that like you are a like mercenary leader, and you have the ability to like bind demons, and so you're running around like binding demons, and you have them fight against each other Fire Emblem style, and it's kind of like Pokemon where you can go out and catch them, so to speak. You can bind them and get them under your will, and then there might be human enemies that you can bribe, or that if you defeat in combat but don't kill, you can basically like recruit them, because it's like, hey, I won't kill you if you join my side, and they're like, okay. So Malagas Magna Gothica's Pokemon, basically, yeah. Like, and I think that'd be really fun as a computer game, where if I knew how to program a Fire Emblem-esque game in Godot, I would love to do that. Do you get the planet-ending nukes at some point, like in Spore? So in the TTRPG I made, it is exclusively the Stone Age. And strictly speaking, it is the cusp of the Bronze Age. The goal of the game is not to have like a world-spanning civilization. Like the goal of the game is not I'm going to get to the point where I develop society. The goal of the game is I want to like cement my species before magic fades. Shin Megami Tensei did do a Final Fantasy Tactics game, or Fire Emblem Tactics game. Oh, interesting. Pokemon types chart based on the 7 sins of... Okay. So wait, how would that work? So you have like a gluttony, and you have a temperance, right? So would like gluttony and temperance be weak to each other? Or would every virtue be resistant to each corresponding sin? So like temperance is resistant to gluttony, but is weak to lust. Meanwhile, like chastity is like strong against lust, but pride it's weak against. Is that how it would work? Gotta love a chart that forces you to pull out a notebook because the idea is too good to leave it alone. That's why I love just yapping, is because on stream I can just yap. And then if it's good enough, people will remember it and ask me about it. And then I can be like, ah, yeah. You have to work triangles in. There's just a random idea. I have no idea how it would work mechanically. You could work triangles in. So like, would we do a Pokemon thing? Or would we do a... Because what we could do, we could have it be more of like a Persona style, where this is a gluttony chastity type, and it is weak to lust, wrath. Right? So it's strong against gluttony and chastity, but is weak against lust and wrath. So it's kind of like they're kind of decoupled from one another. Or maybe what it is that it's you get strong in one and that means you're weak in the other. So like instead of gluttony and chastity, it would be lust and temperance. So it's the idea of like whatever you're strong in, you're weak in its opposing one. So if you're very lustful, you're weak to chastity. If you're very, what's the opposite of patience? Because do all of the virtues have a corresponding sin? Because I know some of them do. Devil Survivor is a SMT game that has Fire Emblem gameplay. Awesome. Group brainstorming among DMs is one of my favorite things to do. Listen, I just like yapping. I like talking. I tried to run a superhero game a while back where the player's in a corporate bureaucratic state. The problem is I tried to run the bureaucratic state, which was not fun. Yeah, that's something where, like, that's my issue with Triangle Agency. I have not played it. I don't claim to have played it, but it looks like the sort of game where it sounds really fun to talk about, but actually playing it seems like a hassle. Which I'm sure I would love. I'm weird. I love that kind of stuff, but it doesn't on its face appeal to me. Impatience, urgency. Well, so... Because, like, my first thought is sloth. Like, patience and sloth, but... No. Like, humility would be pride. Temperance is gluttony. Chastity is lust. What's the opposite of wrath? Like, would patience be wrath? I don't think they all have direct opposites, just the Catholic Church's idea of what to do and avoid. Because I know that it used to be there was, like, 9 sins. Or was it 8? Oh! That's what... Okay. Got it. Because because there used to be a sin in vanity that was separate from pride. And then I just now realized, as you saw on my face, that in Persona 5, I was really confused why the second palace was the Palace of Vanity. And the third one was the Palace of Gluttony. When both of them seemed related to money. Both of them seemed related to greed. But the first one was lust. So I think it's that each of them is corresponding to, like, I thought it was corresponding to a sin, but didn't line up. But if they're going from an older interpretation, which would also check out because the card for the priestess is the Popess, which is an older tarot. Ah, funny bureaucracy, Paranoia, the RPG. I had so much fun running Paranoia. When I ran Paranoia, I had like a loose understanding of the rules. And none of my players knew what was happening. And I executed them for treason if they were attempted to learn the rules. I wanted to go get my players frustrated where they go against the system, but they tried to get the system in their favor. Got it. Yeah, they use the old French tarot in P5, which there is a couple, like in I'm playing P5R. I just beat Palace 5, or Palace 3, sorry. I just beat the third palace. And there's a couple things in the tarot which I'm not sure how important it is, right? So for instance, like the priestess, they use the Popess, which is an actual thing, because I think it was the... I don't think it's the emperor was the magician. I think it was magician was pope, priestess was popess, and then it is empress, and then it is emperor in the old tarot. But also they added like the counselor and faith, which I am like 95% sure these are just because it's royal, but no spoilers. And generally when they add additional S-links in a Persona game, it's important. So these being like odd, non-normal ones makes me think these are two very important, because this is like the therapist that is hired by the school, and this is like the underclassman, who the underclassman has Persona abilities. I know that because she was in the beginning. She was in like the intro section. Oh, Hierophant is Pope. Got it. I think the third palace's gluttony is more of a thing of indulgence, where greed is hoarding the money. So the third palace gets money. No, because in the third palace, it's explicitly pointed out multiple times, like he has all of this money, but he doesn't actually like. It's commented on that in the palace there's all of this money, but there's nothing to spend it on, and it's basically said he just keeps it to hoard it. The issue with that is that he literally tells you to his face, to your face, like, I love spending money because it makes me feel better. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on there. Listen. Oh, wait. Hierophant is Pope. So is that why Kakyoin's theme in JoJo's Part 3 is Noble Pope? because he has Hierophant green, and Hierophant being the Pope, his song is Noble Pope. Huh. Neato. Listen, say what you want about JoJo's Part 3. I have said plenty about JoJo's Part 3. The music is really good. Like, I'm a little disappointed that they stopped the danger draws near motif. Like, it was so... It Pavlovs you. It Pavlovs you where in JoJo's Part 3, there's a musical motif where whenever something dangerous happens, it goes do 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 do, and like it just starts as like bass line where it's meant to like increase tension, and anytime anything sussy happens, that bass line kicks in. And you know, okay, it's either gonna be a fake out or it's gonna be a fight. And I would say like 7 out of 10 times it's a fight. So I really miss once you hit Part 4 where they stop the danger draws near motif. Honestly, Part 3's great villain of the week, I would put it with Batman and Spider-Man. I disagree. I think that a lot of the fights were boring. I think a lot of the fights were won by contrivances. And I think that too many of the fights were given to Jotaro. I think that the fact that of all of the fights, he wins like 40 of them single-handedly. As someone did the math, and like they compared all of the different JoJos and how many fights they win, like without any assistance. I think Jotaro wins like 40 of them. Well, so all the parts get their own motif, but I don't know about the other parts having like a danger motif. You know? I don't know about the other parts having a like an enemy stand motif. But yeah, like in terms of villain of the week, I feel like a lot of them just weren't that interesting. Like I didn't care about Ebony Devil, Yellow Temperance, Blue Moon, or Dark Blue Moon. Like a lot of well, Strength, the ship. I think it was just Strength. Like a lot of them just, particularly in the early section, like the first half, were not that good, not that interesting. And then once you hit like the Egyptian ones, they tend to be just weird. Like they weren't not interesting, they were just too weird for me. I wasn't a fan of them. And then in the kind of like the latter half of the first section, I feel like was some of the better ones. But the fact that they're escaping me and I don't even remember them is a sign that they weren't that good. Part 3 didn't have the wacky wahoo stand powers that create this. Exactly. Part 4 and on is when you get really weird stands. Like the first stand I can think of that makes you go, oh, okay, this is weird, is the lock from Part 4. Because that's like in the first like 6 episodes, first 8 episodes of Part 4. And it is a stand where it is completely not related to combat. It is gaslighting incarnate. And so it is interesting. And then that sets the tone for like Tony's stand with Pearl Jam. And then you get even weirder in Part 5, and then even weirder in Part 6. And as far as I'm aware, even weirder in Part 7. Part 3 is where Araki really hit something, and Part 4 refined a lot of it. Like, Part 3 is my least favorite part of JoJo's. I've talked about this a ton. I've talked about this at length. I considered making a short about it the other week, but I have other stuff to talk about. I don't like Part 3. I think Part 3 could be half the length. Bare minimum, I think they need to cut out all of the episodes post-Egypt arc. I think they need to slot in like 2 or 3, like probably Pet Shop, Darby, probably both Darbys, and then maybe, and probably Vanilla Ice, I would say, like those 4 with Dio. I think slot those into episodes, but like, so Part 4 is like what, 39 episodes, and they hit Egypt at like what, episode like 21? I'm guessing, like, right? This might not be correct. But if they cut out 18 of these episodes, they spare 8 of them, and they just remove 8 from here. So they remove like Yellow Temperance, they remove Ebony Devil, they remove Dark Blue Moon, they remove Strength, and they just put these 8 episodes there. I think it would be a much stronger series because you would still have Hanged Man and Emperor. I think if you remove like High Priestess, I think if you remove Empress, like I think you remove the ones that aren't interesting and you replace them, like you keep Death 13. What are some other ones? I don't know if you've spoken of this before, but if part 3 is your least favorite, which is your favorite? So part 4 by a mile, or not by a mile, part 4 pretty consistently. And then past that, I would say part 6 and part 2 are right behind that for me. Part 2, because it's just so funny. Like, unironically, I think that the funniest of the parts is part 2 because it's just, it is just, not Jonathan. Joseph. It is Joseph just being a ham the entire time. Part 6, I actually really like Jolene. Like, Jolene is my second favorite JoJo. I like Jolene more than I like Joseph, which was hard for me. Like, obviously Yosuke is best boy. Like, part 4, I genuinely do not think can be topped in terms of JoJo. But part 6, I just love Jolene. She's such just a good, strong person. She is like the perfect evolution of Jotaro. And not only does she have a good relationship, she have a good character by herself, her relationship to Jotaro makes me like Jotaro more. Just like Yosuke's relationship with Jotaro made me like Jotaro more. Jotaro went from my least favorite JoJo to like my 4th favorite, like after these 3, right? But part 4, far and above, is my favorite. So much so that it inspired me to like write a novella inspired by it that I wrote years ago, and then I probably will never touch again because I think that I can do better. Yeah, Jotaro's a really good character when he's not the main character. And also when he isn't the one winning every fight. Yeah, part 2 is so dumb, I can't not love it. The villain of part 4 is by far the most interesting. Exactly. Part 4 has a great antagonist. Part 4 has a great supporting cast. Part 4 has a great mystery. Part 4 has a fantastic first half, second half divide. Part 4, slow in the last third. Everyone knows it. Once the MacGuffin gets introduced, no spoilers, it slows down for no reason, right? However, up until that point, it was 9 out of 10 consistently. I once had a friend say that Joseph's strongest power is that he is the narrator's favorite boy and cannot get it out of my head. I still like the theory that Joseph had Hermit Purple, or at least a precursor to Hermit Purple, in part 2, and that's how he knew what people were gonna say. That's like, I understand it. There is the joke of like, oh, he's American, so he reads left to right, so he read the manga backwards, and that's why he knows what you're gonna say. But I do like the idea that he had Hermit Purple, and that's why I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed that the stand that makes you younger in part 3 did not involve Joseph. And I've talked about this before, but like, imagine this. Polnareff is fighting the dude which I will say, I did not like this arc. I did not like this stand-up battle. I thought it was weird watching like baby Polnareff run around and just constantly getting younger and like going, wow, when he sees boobs. However, like, if that happened, and then instead of Jotaro being caught in the shadow, it was Joseph, you could then hear like your next line is, wait, I didn't mean to get the old man. Wait, I didn't mean to get the old man. Oh. And then suddenly it shows part 2 Joseph, and he's like, woo, I didn't think I forgot what it'd be like to be this hot. And he just starts like flexing and like showing off his part 2 body. And then he like makes his weird Adam Sandler style humor from part 3. And then they handily beat up the dude with shadow. And then he reverts in age, and then he can go, oh my God, I forgot what it was like to be hot. And then boom, that would be perfect fan service. That'd be and like, that would be a great indication to see if he had Hermit Purple, I will say. But like, just the idea of old man Joseph for like 30 seconds becoming young Joseph and getting one like, your next line is, and then being able to like lament how hot he was or how muscular he was or how his joints didn't hurt. Like that would have been probably the single best fan service in the entire series. And it was a missed opportunity, which is why I'm so upset that it's just Jotaro punching. Like, and respect, like, with all due respect, like, Jotaro's like an 8-year-old beat up a grown man with an axe. Like, I'm not going to disrespect Jotaro there. It's just such a missed opportunity. Oh, speaking of not touching your old stuff because you can do better, have you ever read Carpet People? I've not read a single Terry Pratchett book. I've listened to an audiobook of about half of Guards. And my sibling had the in-person version of Guards years ago that I never read, but I've never read Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett is actually what I want to read now. I want to get into Terry Pratchett. And I would probably want to start with the Death series. I've heard great things about Death series. What is my thoughts on Gappy? I have not read part 8. I have heard Gappy is kind of best boy. I ain't gonna lie. Like my sibling's favorite part's part 7. And they have said part 8 is their second favorite part. So I'm excited to see what happens with Gappy. I know Soft and Wet is kind of stupid. Like it can remove like friction and sound with the bubbles, but at the same time, like so are most stands. That's totally fine. I'm not going to judge that. Arrow needs Pratchett in me. I don't need Pratchett in me. What? Yeah, Terry Pratchett has some great stuff. Like my roommate actually grew up having Terry Pratchett read to them when they were little, so like they know about like We Free Men. But like the thing that I've heard about Terry Pratchett is like death in particular is one of the best depictions of death. I just don't know where to start. Now imagining Arrow's death in The Hogfather, and then Rory is Albert. What? I was sold on JoJo from, so there's one fight where one guy removes the cause from cause and effect, and the other guy removes the effect from cause and effect. It lasts one punch of rape. What? What? Is that the part 8 villain? I can't remember the stand name, but because I assume that's the part 8. It starts with a W, right? Part 8 villain. Oh, King Crimson versus Gold Experience Requiem. That makes sense. That's how the end of part 5 pitched me. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I liked part 5. I thought Giorno was interesting, and I appreciate how he was basically a support hero. Giorno was basically a support character who was almost never the front of the fight. I think Gold Experience Requiem is dumb. I think Diavolo didn't deserve it. I think that it was a bit of a cop-out response. I think that it wasn't like, yes, obviously you had Silver Chariot Requiem leading up to Gold Experience Requiem, so you knew that it was super powerful, but like the power was completely different, and I don't think Polnareff had any connection to making people pass out and mutate. Wonder of You, thank you. Wonder of You is, what if Final Destination was a person and hated you? Yeah, so that's why I was thinking it was Wonder of You, is because if Soft and Wet can remove like metaphysical properties like friction, then Wonder of You, I knew it was something about like, basically it's, haha, you can't hit me, neener neener. Which JoJo's likes that for its villains, right? Like obviously like all caps Dio had that in part 3. Part 4 a little bit had that in terms of just being hidden. Part 5 had that in like Time Stop, King Crimson. How does this work? Who cares? Part 6, honestly, part 6 didn't really have that. But part 7 with D4C Love Train, that is just haha neener neener, you can't hit me. And then part 8 Wonder You, haha neener neener, you can't hit me. I still do not understand how Gold Experience Requiem works. I've tried to understand this several times, but I don't get it. Okay, so what Gold Experience Requiem does is so the whole thing with King Crimson. The whole thing with King Crimson is that King Crimson, time moves linearly. King Crimson can take time and basically stop a portion of time where time proceeds, and then King Crimson can go whoop, whoop, and then reconnect with the time stream. So, for instance, if you get shot, in this time where King Crimson skips ahead, I, as King Crimson, skip ahead, I get shot, the bullets pass through me, and then I return to the time stream. Because I deleted the point of time where I got shot, I am no longer shot. So the idea is it skips forward to be convenient. Gold Experience Requiem is effectively, once you get to an endpoint, it sends you back to the beginning point by throwing you into an alternate reality. So it is the antithesis thematically of King Crimson. King Crimson is, I'm going to avoid the consequences of my actions by skipping ahead in time. Gold Experience Requiem is, I'm going to force the consequences of actions on you, and only the consequences of actions on you. King Crimson removes the cause, which deletes the effect. Gold Experience Requiem forces an effect, and thereby a cause manifests to cause that. It is the idea of effectively defying fate and forcing fate. The way I understand Gold Experience Requiem is that it's like the kid on the playground who just said, no, you can't do that when you were playing pretend. So that's kind of what most JoJo villains get, which is why it's so funny that Giorno, son of Dio and Jonathan, gets to have a JoJo villain stand. What setting would you prefer to explore criminal underworld, sci-fi or fantasy? I like both in different ways. I love both sci-fi and fantasy. In my writing, I've written about criminal underworlds in both. I personally prefer like a Thieves Guild style, like criminal underworld in fantasy. But in sci-fi, I like having the criminal, like the crime be more like white collar, more corporate. Because it's the idea of when you have a sci-fi setting, corporatocracy probably crops up. You have this separation of economic power from the government. You might have corporate towns, or you might have, like, if you're in Shadowrun, corporate states that are like politically independent. So you can get kind of crazy with the economic side of things, and you can make an Arasaka from Cyberpunk. And the Arasaka is effectively the mafia. Whereas in fantasy, it's much more believable, even though it is unbelievable to have an entire guild of thieves, to have organized crime just as organized crime. In sci-fi, it, depending on what type of sci-fi it is, it generally comes with the expectation that it has some sort of legitimate backing, or is part of a larger thing. However, I do think it's cool when you have like a mafia that is at odds with the corrupt, evil corporation, and you are working with the mafia, or the player characters, or the main character is working with the mafia to fight against the super evil mega corporation, and it's like a enemy of my enemy situation. That being said, I also think urban fantasy is probably the best. Whether it's Kane, or it's City of Mist, or Call of Cthulhu, Delta Green, you're dealing with mobsters. Vampire the Masquerade, you're dealing with mobsters, mafia, crime, like that. They're the bandits of the modern day. In fantasy, you expect on the road to be attacked by bandits or goblins or whatever, or wolves. in urban fantasy, you expect to have to fight a gang or go up against the mafia or something. In sci-fi, you expect to have to deal with private security corporate forces, right? PMCs. They each have their own genre expectations, and I think that it's not better or worse to lean into those, but that is something that is useful. How does this relate to the regular GE anyway? Was it something to the antithesis of KC? Oh, so how does it relate to the regular gold experience, or was it meant to be the antithesis of King Crimson? So that's my issue, is it had nothing to do with OG GE, OG gold experience. In the same way that Silver Chariot Requiem had nothing to do with OG Silver Chariot. And it felt like a plot contrivance because Silver Chariot Requiem, I suppose Polnareff wanted to get functionality of his legs back, so he wanted to swap bodies, but I don't remember that being explored really at all. And the fact that they're also asleep and also mutating doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. It's weird. Part 5 was a little all over the place in my thought process. I liked it when it was we're like a group of mobsters trying to take down the boss. And then once it started getting like JoJo's weird, I feel like it kind of lost the plot of the mafia thriller. I had the idea of exploring dark fantasy mafia or sci-fi pirates with that in mind. Yeah, so like sci-fi pirates, like Lancer pirates, I love. Like I run Lancer pirates when I ran them, when I ran Lancer for some people a few months ago. I mean, that's the thing though, right? Bandits as organized crime, pirates as organized crime, gangsters as organized crime, kind of all fill the same niche, just in different settings. For Kira, it gave him bites the dust to shake the hair off his trail. For Polnareff, it gave him something to gain a new body. For Giorno, gave him a way to counter King Crimson's power. See, that's the thing. For Kira, in part, because he's an antagonist, but also like literally his one desire was, I want to not be found. And he got the biggest middle finger F you busted OP power possible. Reverse time anytime someone finds out who he is. And also they blow up. Like literally the most busted, stupid power. And it was awesome. Like that loop with Hayato was a wild way to enter the final fight. So I actually really like this. Silver Chariot Requiem. Yes, he did want a new body, but also, why is everyone asleep and mutating? Why can he not control it? Why is his by far the weakest out of the 3 Requiem stands we see? And also, I've heard Bites the Dust is not Requiem. Canonically, Bites the Dasto is not Killer Queen Requiem. Yeah, all Killer Queen powers must involve blowing up. That's very silly. You're really into this Jekyll and Hyde show from 1995 that takes place in the 30s. I really enjoy Jekyll and Hyde, the musical. And if I was more confident in singing, I would love to like karaoke like Transformation. Like obviously Confrontation is the showstopper. Confrontation is their defying gravity. But Transformation is one that I actually really enjoy. It's when he drinks the potion and it goes from him like having a soft monologue about the different ideas he has about what might happen and his fear of the unknown, to drinking it and recording his notes and just kind of very factually reciting it before going back into this reprise. And then he just starts screaming. And then it goes into Hyde. And it sounds like a very fun thing to sing that I would not have the ability to. Walter White Heisenberg is modern day Jekyll and Hyde. Kinda. So OG Jekyll and Hyde was literally just like a body morph. OG Jekyll and Hyde was just, I am Dr. Jekyll, I drink a potion, I look like someone else, I go by Mr. Hyde, I go do my normal stuff that I want to do that I could not do as Dr. Jekyll. Then I come back to my laboratory and I turn back into Dr. Jekyll. That's what the OG original story was. In that sense, absolutely. Absolutely, the fedora is the potion. The fedora Walter White puts on is the potion he drinks to become Heisenberg. And then Heisenberg is himself, his normal self, in a different form. That being said, the zeitgeist, the public perception of Jekyll and Hyde, is an alternate person. Like, whether it's like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen or just other modern interpretations of Jekyll and Hyde, it's almost always like the Hulk, right? Just for debauchery. So, yes, in terms of their OG original, no in terms of the modern conception. You sung it at karaoke once? Oh my gosh. I'll live inside you forever, with Satan himself by my side. And I know that now and forever, they'll never be able to separate Jekyll from Hyde. Can't you see it's over now? It's time to die. No, not I, only you. If I die, you'll die too. Sorry. Anytime I hear no you, like, I really need to just like stop no youing people, and I need to say no, not I, only you, because at the end of the day, that's such a funnier way to say no you. Hi Arrow. Hey, up from the archive. I'm trying to get some friends into Kane for a one-shot, and I wanted to emphasize that 40% of XOs do not live to Cat 3. Do you have any advice for running a brutal Cat 1 hunt? I would say my honest advice for that is don't kill needlessly. And what I did in my game, in my one-on-one game, so heads up, this is a one-on-one game, it's not a group, for a player that was interested in Kane, so they knew what they were getting into, I ran a Cat 1 hunt that went basically flawlessly. There was no casualties. It was a Cat 1 ogre. They had a couple hiccups in like actually getting to the ogre and like kind of finding their feet. I threw a softball hunt that they beat on pressure 2, right? They beat the hunt on pressure 2 and without much issue. Second hunt, my player fought a Cat 3 that ended up metamorphosizing into a Cat 4. They lost one other XO to becoming an Imago. That Imago lured another XO off, and they have no idea what happened to that XO. Another XO died, another XO turned Imago, and everyone, or just about everyone else, got at least like 3 injuries, and there was multiple sin overflows, and like it was a devastating encounter. And so what I did, it basically, in order to emphasize like, oh yeah, like you're not gonna make it, you might not make it to Cat 3, I had one that let my player and me, because it's my first time running, get our feet wet. I had a hunt that I was doing a softball. They got to learn how to investigate. They got to learn how to actually like learn the ropes of this, do combat against a foe that was trying to kill them. But ultimately, I think the worst that they got was like 2 injuries. I don't think they even ever got 3 injuries. And then like a disaster, like a site wiping disaster. Now, obviously not site wiping. There's still a bunch left, but you know, not a good time. So I would not recommend running a cat 1 hunt that is super bad. What I might say is add in what I did is that on their first hunt, they had a cat 2 leader. And so it was the player character was cat 1. They had 2 NPCs that were cat 1. And then a cat 2 leader. And the cat 2 leader was like someone that was basically there to like play supervisor. And so what you could do is you could add like a cat 2 leader to this cat 1 group of XOs. Let's say you have 4 players. You had a cat 2 XO that just fills whatever niche there is. And this cat 2 leader is like, they have advice, but they're not really interested in telling the party what to do. They're really just here to like make sure the mission doesn't fail and none of you run away, right? Because there is always a risk that you could do that. And so you can do that. And then in the mission, you kill the cat 2. Oh no, shock, horror, bad. And then now all of the XOs are cat 2. This is when you do a rough hunt. This is when you do a killer hunt. This is when you go like, hey, reminder, 40% of XOs don't make it to cat 2, to cat 3. And then the player's like, oh, okay, that's fine. And like, no. If there's 5 of you, that means 2 of you are not going to make it to cat 3. And then they go like, oh, okay. And then you run an absolutely brutal hunt. And what does brutal look like? Brutal in Kane means add drifters, traces, and mundane enemies. You could add a binder, you could add government sins, you could have other like under heaven binders or XOs unaffiliated with Kane. I say keep it simple, drifters, traces, mundane threats like security and police and SWAT. Even cultists if you want. And what I would do is have this be like a cat 2, maybe even a cat 3, and give them minimal information going in. Have it be, hey, we detected a large amount of information, a large amount of drifters in this area. We don't know what's going on over here. We found a separate concentration of sin energy over here. We don't know if this is drifters or traces or whatever. And there was a disappearance in this block. Good luck. And then the players are like, no information on the palace, where the sin is. And like, nope, good luck. And then make them earn it. Don't make it so that it's, oh, you throw like a super powerful sin at them. Don't make it so that you completely steamroll them. Make it so that they don't have information, they have to look for it, and every time they go from an area to an area, they have to deal with drifters, or traces, or mundane threats. If it's a toad spawner on their tail, as a PMC is chasing after them, and the PMC is working hand in hand with SWAT. SWAT knows these guys, and they've worked together before, so they're just gonna kind of look the other way when the PMC rolls around, so you're screwed 2 ways to Sunday. Infested from a centipede are flooding the streets and killing everyone, and anyone you talk to is at risk of biting you. An ogre, the miasma, is in the area where you want to go first. That means shamblers and stumblers are there, and that means the degradation of buildings means that the person in there isn't going to want to talk to you. So then you can have all this different stuff where you just start them off with minimal information and make getting information threatening. Don't make it difficult. Don't hide information from them. If they ask you, hey, I grew up in this town and we heard there's a disappearance by a monument. Like, would I know where that monument is? Just say yes. Yes, they know where the monument is. Yes, they can go to the monument. You want constant momentum going forward in Kane. That looks like such a good place to put a idols connecting to a mafia. Yeah. And so just give them a hunt to get their feet wet, to not be scared off the system, and then warn them like, hey, reminder, 40% of XOs don't make it to Cat 3, and you're 1 mission away. Heads up. And then you can be brutal. and then you can bring the hammer down. But on that first hunt, I personally would recommend not going super hard. You don't need to do it as softball as I did. I did a softball, like, I explicitly gave them a softball. I gave my player a softball. I was not like, it wasn't that I was not going hard, it's that I was actively going easy on them. Yeah, Hound Rile against Heaven. Oh yeah, I'd love to hear about what happened at the last time you told us about their session. You left off on Snake becoming an Imago and then running off. Okay, yeah. So that's what I want to talk about with the title, is the boss fight that came after that. In the Immortal, Hulk is revealed that Hulk is a different personality to Bruce, along with other Hulk variations he can become. He's Banner's anger towards his abusive father. Oh. My first Kane hunt was brutal. I was way too accurate in my choice for which party member would disappoint me for the grinding of wheels, and I genuinely took an injury's worth of stress. Oh my gosh. Now I have confrontation stuck in my head, thanks. I worked on Broadway and NYC when Jekyll and Hyde was there. Oh my gosh. And Arrow claims inability of singing. Look at that. I do have an inability to sing. Like, listen, I can physically sing. That doesn't mean I should. Like I don't have, like, I don't do vocal. I suppose I do voice training, but by just speaking. But I don't do like vocal training for singing, right? So I have a fairly like, I think I'm like a tenor. I'm a fairly like mid-range to a little lower on, or am I a baritone? I don't know. Like I have a pretty mid-range leaning lower voice, and I don't really have control over how to expand that range. And as you saw, like I was singing that and I kind of like messed up the tone. It's whatever. The misinterpretation of Jekyll and Hyde is that Hyde is just a fancy mask. Jekyll was always in control. Exactly. If incognito mode was a person. There's a weird trend of 2000s gothic literary musical adaptations. Frankenstein got one, Dracula got one, Jekyll and Hyde did. Huh. How about Dr. Caligari? I'm unfamiliar. The Jekyll and Hyde musical is great. I got into the one-man show with Hyde being played by Kermit the Frog. Oh my gosh. Which one do you prefer? Darkest Dungeon or Fear and Hunger? I've played Darkest Dungeon. I have not played Fear and Hunger. However, I have watched people play Fear of Hunger. I've done like lore deep dives of Fear and Hunger. Fear and Hunger has content in it that makes me uncomfortable and that like I would not want to engage with. Like for instance, like Darkest Dungeon is closer to like Dark Souls for me, where Fear and Hunger is closer to like Berserk for me. Love Berserk. I watched the anime of it, like the 90s one. Never gonna read it. I've watched read-alongs of it. I can handle it when it has a level of separation of someone else like providing the content to me, but it has stuff that makes me uncomfortable that I would not want to engage with. Darkest Dungeon, Dark Souls doesn't have that. It sucks. It's awful. I love it. The world, that is, like Dark Souls, Darkest Dungeon, fantastic. But funny enough, I've never actually beaten Darkest Dungeon. I've gotten to the Darkest Dungeon and I bounced on the first boss of the Darkest Dungeon. I've seen people play it. I enjoy it. I want to play Darkest Dungeon 2 at some point, but I heard bad things about it at launch. It's been a couple years. I don't know if it got better. Hello, Elsa. So, like, what do I prefer? Like, I've played Darkest Dungeon, so I guess I have to say Darkest Dungeon. But what do I prefer from like a lore-wise? I'd say Fear and Hunger. Like, I love the personnel management of Darkest Dungeon. I love the fact that you take people and you treat them like they're listicles. You boil them down to character traits, you ignore who they are in their personality, and you toss them when they're not useful to you. Which is just great. Fear and Hunger, meanwhile, like, I think is genuinely super compelling. From like a meta level, from the like the broader scope story, I am infinitely impressed by the fact one person did it, and the fact it's so buggy and messy is just so charming. Like, it sucks, but it's so charming. I actually really want to play Fear and Hunger 2 Termina on stream at some point, because I've heard that it's not only more accessible, it's also funnier and better produced, and I guess like less gratuitous. Like, in Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, it has all the bad stuff all the same because it's Fear and Hunger, but also it's like it's handled better and it's presented with more tact and like just tighter. Darkest Dungeon 2 I've heard less than great things about. Funger is very berserk coded, yeah. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is horror while Funger is extreme horror. Darkest Dungeon is grimdark, while Fear and Hunger is misery porn. You know? You feel me? Because like Darkest Dungeon is the world sucks, it continues to suck, you can just kind of struggle through the suck. Fear and Hunger is you go into it to feel bad. Fear and Hunger is just such a cool thing that is just a pain to play. I just wish the guy wrote a book instead of making a game. I disagree. I feel like the interaction with it is what adds to it. And that's why I'm so excited to play Fear and Hunger 2 at some point, is because I want to because I know nothing about Fear and Hunger 2. I know it's about some like weird Hunger Games in 1914. So there's like early modern weaponry and there's like World War I era technology, but I know that Rare the Moon God shows up more, and like Pocket Cat shows up again, and that a lot of stuff from the first game comes back, where it's like one of the characters is a child with bunny masks, one of the characters is a yellow mage, and like that all strikes me as interesting. It all strikes me as stuff I want to get into, and I explicitly have not looked into it because I want to play it at some point. In Immortal Hulk, they get surpassed by Zemnu, Toxic Nostalgia, the horror villain, and what comes out is Planet Killer Hulk. Got it. Funger isn't really Berserk coded. It has references to Berserk, but they discuss very different things. Funger 1 concerns itself with the nature and ethics of divinity, which Berserk doesn't. I think when they said Berserk coded, I think they meant vibes. Because, like, both deal heavily with, like, assault, intense violence, violence against children, the dismissal of like culture, the overwriting of history, and like, yeah, Funger is all about divinity. It's about ascension to godhood, what it means to be a god, the rejection of godhood. It has a Griffith figure in Lagarde, but like the game is more than that. And like Berserk has different focuses. Like Berserk is about one character Berserk is about guts, but obviously there is more to it of like the other strugglers. But Funger is ultimately about the setting, the dungeon of Fear and Hunger. Fear and Hunger Termina, my beloved. From looking into the gameplay of Darkest Dungeon didn't appeal to me. It can be too much RNG, less an ability to get good at the game as it is just keep rolling dice until you get enough wins. I'd say that's a fair criticism. I actually really liked Darkest Dungeon's gameplay. It's simple enough that it's accessible, but complex enough that it keeps me engaged. I've played it for dozens of hours. Just the 4 rank system, and then you get 4 abilities. I think the stress mechanic can be pretty hit or miss. And I think that RNG feels sucky a lot of the time, but also that's any game reliant on RNG, so I can't really blame Darkest Dungeon for that. I think that this combat mechanic actually seems pretty pog. Like I quite like it, and I've heard the take that this would actually make a very good mobile game, like mobile game combat style. I do agree with that point. I just personally don't have time to interact with it as a game. No, that's fair, Ozzy, and like. For instance, I don't want to play Fear and Hunger because it has a lot of stuff that makes me uncomfortable. So I wouldn't want to engage with that. However, I'm comfortable watching someone engage with that and seeing them react to it and seeing them go through that and like have decisions and discoveries makes me like, it's something weird where like, I mean, it's kind of like coward talk, but it's like one layer of separation makes me feel more comfortable engaging with it. Arrow, it's been 2 hours of yapping. Have I hydrated? I have not. Thank you. Apparently the guy who makes Fear and Hunger is making a third game, and it's going to be meta, but he works better alone, so he'll be working for a while. Apparently going to be like the Warriors movie? If you had to describe each sin with a horror movie game, you'd go Ogre, Silent Hill, obviously. Idol, Hellraiser, good choice. Hound, Alien series. Alien. Centipede virus horror? Yeah, I mean, Centipede is zombies. Alien as a hound. The Xenomorph as a hound. I feel like that only works for Catching of the Doe. Right? I feel as though that only works if you have a hound which is sneaking. Gotta head out, but we'll be lurking. Enjoy. Yeah, I was thinking hound is more of like Jason. Maybe Michael Myers, like a slasher movie villain. Alien series is a pretty specific flavor of hound with a sneaky. That's what I was thinking. Like Xenomorph would be a hound. I could see that. But a hound with the sneaky domains. The hound wouldn't be better served with slasher. I feel like hound as a slasher movie villain would work best. But also, it is ultimately like animalistic. So I'm wondering if there's like any... Hound is just Cujo. You know the Stephen King novel about the dog? It's just Cujo. Slasher I do think would be pretty because Alien can fit in. Yeah, because like the Xenomorph can fit in like the slasher genre. Like obviously it's not a slasher, but it's adjacent. Yeah, like Dead by Daylight, exactly. I was actually thinking through Dead by Daylight killers. I have friends that interact with horror in the same way. We watched a lot of analog horror, but we could only watch it when someone else or via Wendigoon. So for me, it's not horror. Like, I don't know. I'm jumpy. I make noises. I think that a lot of people like to listen to me scream, but I am not like scared easily. Like I will jump. I will be surprised easily. I startle, but I'm not really scared easily. If you saw the Ultra Kill stream, I did get scared. Like I was genuinely actually like too scared to proceed for a bit in the Wrath levels where it's the Leviathan, you're underwater, you're in darkness, like because I'm scared of the ocean. But broadly speaking, like horror, I'm fine with. It's when it has specific topics that I can't talk about on YouTube that turns me off from a property most of the time. So for instance, like Berserk, Fear and Hunger, even something like Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is something where if that's at the focus of the narrative or it comes up frequently and I can't just like kind of skim past it, it really just sours my entire engagement. On my Twitch VODs on YouTube, my Twitch VODs are on my VOD channel, which is linked in my profile. So if you just click on my channel name, at the top, it will say like, oh, here are my links. It'll be like my Twitch, it'll be my Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, and also my VOD channel. I like seeing others scared in a fun way. Yeah, exactly. I also do the same thing. I love Wendigoon. See, that's the thing. Like, I can handle horror. I'm not scared of horror. There are certain things that I don't like gross out stuff. Like, I don't like gross out like horror. Not because I'm too scared of it to engage with it, but just because it's not pleasant. Like, which is obvious, it's gross out, but like, that's not I'm too scared to engage with it. I will play a game if it has gross out horror. It's just, if it's only gross out horror, it won't interest me. Psychological horror, I love. Cosmic horror, I think can be neat. Like, I'm scared of the ocean, so like, maritime, oceanic horror might actually genuinely terrify me. Like, I was scared playing Dredge. I have a short where it's I have a short where I had to go over a ravine in Dredge. It's a game where you're like in a fishing boat. And I had to fish over this giant ravine that had a huge monster in it. And I was so scared. I genuinely was like, like just for like a couple minutes, because the ocean scares me more than space. Would Lord be? I think Lord would be analog horror. I think Lord as analog horror would fit well. And for Toad, okay, hear me out. Toad as like cyberpunk dystopia horror, right? Like Toad as the complete divide between the haves and the have-nots. The complete division of like, you will never be able to increase in wealth level because you spend all of your day like slaving for a wage that doesn't pay for your cost of living. Like, that's what I feel like a Toad would be. You're hemophobic, but because of that, body horror is your favorite subgenre. I mean, body horror, I don't really find that scary. I find it gnarly, right? Like, if you're like The Thing, for instance. As horror, The Thing is psychological, social, and body horror. The body horror of The Thing did not scare me. I thought the effects were really cool. And I thought it was gnarly. I thought it was nasty. I thought it was, oh, this is disgusting. This is awesome. The psychological or social, like the thriller aspects of it didn't scare me because I don't think it's a very scary movie. I think it's a horror movie. It's not a scary movie. I don't watch a lot of horror. Mostly because I don't watch movies. I don't watch a lot of movies. But if I do, like, most modern horror is just jump scares. And I know people have complained about that for like at least 20 years now, but it's still true. Dystopian horror, yeah, Toad is just late stage capitalism. Have I ever heard of chill? I've been told to chill before, and I've told others to chill. The ocean is alive, it teems, it hungers, space is apathetic, empty. That's the thing, I'm apathetic, I'm empty. Has Arrow played Spooky's House of Jump Scares? I actually downloaded that like a couple months ago. I think before Halloween, because I was like, what if I play this for Halloween? I watched a video talking about it. So like I roughly know all of the different monsters. I downloaded the free version, which I think that there's a paid version, there's a free version. The free version has like fewer monsters or something. It seems silly. It seems fun. Pack my beloved. Would Spider... Oh, for Harpocrates. Spider be grimdark and Butcher be proper slasher. So Butcher, if we're getting specific, Butcher is Leatherface. Cannibal. Chainsaw Massacre. Butcher would be Chainsaw Massacre. Human Centipede, maybe. Whereas the Spider would be like domestic horror. And by that I mean like abuse, right? And I don't know any movies or games or anything off the top of my head about that, but my understanding is there's enough media out there where the horror of it revolves around abuse that would be considered like a genre. Toad Kills would be like, you've angered the mafia, like old black and white mobbies, and now you're working on your own, especially when you work for Kane, can't go to the cops. Well, because we're just talking like in a vacuum horror movies, right? In a vacuum horror tropes, genres, specific movies. So I don't know if it's like mafia. Gosh. So if you have any more questions, feel free to drop them in the question channel. I'm going to focus on what happened in my game of Kane. In my Kane game. After the last time I told you stuff. So, brief recap for everyone involved. Hattie is the player character. It's a one-on-one game. So Hattie is the PC with a whole cadre of other exos at the same site. Hattie was given a mission. They're going to go fight a Cat 3 Lord, while a different team, Team Beta, was going to go fight a Cat 2 Hound. At the very beginning, one of the other people on their mission was like, hey, Hattie, you're Cat 2, this is a Cat 3 mission, and we have a Cat 3 XO being sent on the Cat 2 mission. I was talking with him, and I was talking with team lead. We're thinking we're going to swap you with him. So we want you to go on the Cat 2 Hound mission, and he will go on the Cat 3 mission because he's experienced fighting lords before, and he's a Cat 3 anyway. And then Hattie, the player character, was like, no, I'm assigned to Cat 3. I want to go on the Cat 3 mission. I want to prove myself. I want to show that I'm capable of like pulling my own weight, and I don't want to sandbag by going on Cat 2. I want to prove myself. So then my plan as the GM, as the admin, was like they were sent on a Cat 3, and then they would choose to go to Cat 2 because they were effectively being asked by their fellow XOs. And then I would run a Cat 2, and then the Lord Hunt would have an issue that they would have to go after the Hound Hunt to the Lord Hunt. That was my plan. The player did not run with that, so they ended up going to the Lord Hunt. I was like, eep! So then I ended up running the Lord Hunt. Like I mentioned earlier, the Lord approached the XOs and asked for their help to find the host. The host was missing because gatherers, a type of drifter, had stolen them 3 days ago. So the Lord has been around, manifested with the kingdom for about 8 months, under detection, never got found, until it started rapidly expanding its kingdom, trying to find its host. So they're talking with the Lord, they're trying to figure out what's going on, and then eventually they find the host, the Lord and them get into a fight. The Lord uses judgment on a team lead, the XO named Canine, and Canine ends up forming Sinmark. Now, something very important to know in my setting is in the game I'm running, because I let my player build the foundation of what we're doing. They're at Site Epsilon, and there's a different site called Site Gamma, which if you are Cat 4 or higher and you have no sin mark, you may be invited to join Site Gamma. You are moved from your initial site, moved to Site Gamma, and effectively you're treated like a person. Like, because you've proven your loyalty, because you've proven your effectiveness, because you've gotten to Cat 4 without any sin marks, you have proven that you are capable of being not just a weapon for Kane, also an asset. The Site Gamma stuff makes it sound very Severance. I haven't watched Severance, my apologies. So you can go to, so you can quote unquote go Gamma. And K9 was Cat 3, one mission away from Cat 4, and gets a sin mark. He was basically being pushed by Site Epsilon leadership. Like, they were rushing him to go Gamma. Like they were setting him up to go Gamma because they wanted him in Gamma. And then he barely got a sin mark. And then the Lord, because the psychology of its host evolved, the host realized they didn't want to go back to the past. They didn't want to save anything. They wanted to stop having people control over them. Their family was controlling them. The business they were kicked out of was controlling them. The gatherers were controlling them. These XOs are controlling them. And it evolved into a spider. So it goes from a Cat 3 Lord to a Cat 4 spider. Players retreat. They call it in. They tell the site what's going on. And so after the Hound Hunt, Team Beta is redirected to come over to fight the spider, and the rest of the XOs on site are also sent to go deal with the hunt. Spider called it, yeah. So what ends up happening? The palace of this spider is in the HQ of the business, of the family business that the host was kicked out of. Basically, the host was forced to be in the family business, didn't want to, got kicked out of, feels like they're a failure, has a lot of conflicting emotions. Their father died, that manifested a lord, but then they realized that they didn't want to live with their father's legacy, so it was a spider. Complicated. On the 4th floor, there's a boardroom, and in the boardroom, there's the head chair where the chair of the board sits. That is the entryway to the palace. So the Team Alpha, the player character, Hattie and K9 and all of the others, go up to floor 4. They break in. They're fighting stuff there. And then they check to see if the boardroom is actually the palace. They confirm. They send in K9 and Gage, two of the most senior, powerful exos in the entire site. And then the spider shows up out of the palace. It's literally crawling in the building, and it runs into them because it felt them on the silk. So it's 3 exos. It is Hattie, it is Snake, and it is Mix fighting against the spider 3-on-1. And then they hear coming up the stairs as they're fighting the spider, Team Beta. And so Team Beta, the survivors of Team Beta, because there were casualties, is Raphael, Harse, and Sister. So they all come up, the spider takes 4 slashes, goes into its palace, which remember, K9 and Gage are in the palace. They're fighting a bunch of weavers, and then they hear from the roof a helicopter landing, and Team Gamma arrives. So they all start running into the palace. They get Team Gamma in. However, during the fight, Snake took damage, went into Sin Overflow, took more damage, went into Sin Overflow again. I rolled, failed to resist, win Imago. Sad, Snake is dead. Because they realized they needed to focus on the spider, they let Imago Snake go. And if you want to know, Alza, I believe, make sure I'm not crediting you if you don't deserve it, Alza. Yes, Alza drew this fantastic art of Imago Snake. Yeah, so Snake manifested an idol and in Imago form, and this is basically what they look like. Really, the only difference is that there should be one more arm on the throat, but this is basically exactly what Snake looked like. It's incredible. Imagine Sin infiltrating the Kane's board members and such, like just blending among them. Wait, did you say Among Us? Sorry. I kind of don't think the Butcher Sin is a very good concept. Like, it could just be a centipede. I've already talked about that. I did a whole review of the Harpocrates dossier, so I'm not going to get into that. But, so, fight the spider, send the spider to the palace, Snake Imagos, leaves. Alza, you're incredible. Thank you so much. The man who sold the world. Where? It's on the channel. Just look it up. So they run into the palace, and I read aloud. I sent my player a text because we had to skip a week. So I sent them a little snippet. I call it a camera pan because the camera panned away from the main characters, went to the side characters. It is Team Gamma trying to get to the boardroom, fighting weavers and whatever. And there's 4 of them. And of the 4 of them, 1 goes in, 2 goes in, 3 goes in, but the 4th one stops. Because the 4th one was a friend of Snake. And so this 4th one turns around and hears hissing and hears someone go, "Help me." And was not informed that Snake is Imago. So hears Snake ask them to help him. So they head out and they leave the palace to go find Snake. So that is 1 character MIA. No one knows what happened to them. In the palace, as I described it, the way you enter the palace is you sit in the chair of the boardroom. So the chair is like, oh no. The chair is here, so like facing this way, like facing upwards. The table is like this, and off in the distance is this like plane stretching out to the horizon of just this lattice, this giant hammock, this massive floor of silk, right? So this is all silk, and it's generally speaking firm and tight enough that you don't have to worry about your footing. But there are sections which are giant holes, and hanging in the air above you are cubicles and desks and chairs and also buildings and walls. And so you're in the palace of the spider, this never-ending green tinted like air, like mountain air, really thin, cold domain of just this never-ending expanse of like this hammock of string. Off in the distance is the spider, which it basically looks like this. It looks like a nautiloid. And everyone's fighting it. Everyone's running around. And what I told my player is, okay, there are a bunch of weavers here. There's also a bunch of exos here. What I'm going to do is that in combat, you can take actions for as many characters as you want. Team Gamma needs 1 turn to enter the palace. So right now you're just dealing with Team Alpha, Team Beta. So that is K9, Gage, Mix, Hattie, Raphael, Sister, and Hars. That's a lot of people. It's 7 people. That being said, of those 7, as many as you want can take an action. The Weavers are not going to take an action, but at the end of the turn, I'm going to roll a number of D3s equal to however many rounds it's been. So it starts at 1d3, then it becomes 2d3, and then it becomes 3d3. And however many rounds it's been, I roll that many d3s, and then I roll that much d3s of stress. So if I roll a 3 on my 1d3, I will then roll 3d3, and that will be how many d3s of stress collectively everyone takes. So the way that you can prevent this is by someone not taking action, you can declare they're fighting the Weavers, and you get to roll 1d3 and reduce the stress by that amount. So the way this works is that if you have 2 people assigned to fight the Weavers, you can roll 2d3 and reduce however much stress is dealt by 2d3. And then however much is left over, so if you roll, let's say, 7 and 2, 7 minus 2 equals 5, you would divide 5 stress as you see fit between the people assigned to fight the Weavers. So the whole goal of this is there's the 2 fights going on against the Spider and against the Weavers. I tried to keep it streamlined, I tried to keep it simple, and the way it worked is that every turn, 2, maybe 3 people weren't taking actions because they were fighting the Weavers. And that meant it was reasonable to have an actual fight with the Spider even though there were 7 exos. Did the player join in the fight though? I'm getting there. So, very important bit of context with this. The player character was at 3 injuries. In Kane, if you take 1 more stress when you have 3 injuries, you instantly die. However, you can prevent instant death by taking a sin mark. If you recall, you cannot go gamma if you have a sin mark. My player's character really, really wants to go gamma. However, they also really, really want to prove themselves to their other fellow exos. So they, before we started the session, were in analysis paralysis because they were like, do I risk my life, take a sin mark, and go and help? Or do I pull back? And do I save myself so I can go gamma? Do I prove myself as a Valentine, one of the members of Site Epsilon, one of the fellow exos? The exos all have this it's us against Kane. It's us against the world. The only people we can trust are each other, and we will sacrifice everything for each other? Or do you prioritize going gamma? Do you prioritize getting to this better life? Hitting Cat 4 with no sin marks? Being treated like a person, not a weapon? And the player, throughout all of this, was just on Weaver duty. I gave them an out. I gave them the choice to just go on Weaver duty, and I made it super easy. I made it super simple. I made it so that they could be on Weaver duty, they could reduce incoming damage from Weavers, and they could just not assign the damage to themselves. Because their character, Hattie, was being a selfish coward. And my player knows that. My player feels bad about that. My player feels as though their character was being a selfish jerk. And feels like guilt over that. But the player wasn't bored because the player was occupying 6 other XOs. And then eventually, 11 other XOs, or 10 other XOs because, 9 other XOs because 3 more from Team Gamma joined the fight after a round. The highlights of it were entering the fight. This was on the back of a fight outside the palace, and then K9 and Gage were fighting while I was in the palace. The execution talisman was already at 6 out of 13. And the domains I gave it 2 of them that only procced at pressure 2+. So those did not matter. However, I also gave it Eulogy of a Mangled God. They are K9. However, the fun fact about K9, they're basically the golden child of Site Epsilon. They're the one that Kane assumes is the leader, is the one everyone will look up to. They're the ones that, like, if they're running a training exercise and management needs to do something, they'll say, hey, K9, make sure everyone keeps up their work. And K9 will be like, got it, boss. Because K9 is a hardline. But also, K9 fundamentally cares more about their fellow XOs than they care about, like, Kane. K9 is just like a suck up because they understand someone needs to be the golden child. They have a fawn reaction to authority, and therefore authority likes them, and therefore K9 is in the position where they can give allowances to everyone else. That's K9's core conceit. And now K9, the golden child, is indelibly stained by fighting the Lord. So I gave the spider Eulogy of a Mangled God. What this does is that when it hits half on its execution talisman, it grabs everything in sight, builds a giant mega structure that it hides within, and is effectively makes a kaiju-sized mech suit. It is cat +3. Oh, dang, it should have been cat 7. I kept describing it as cat 6. It's cat +3, or maybe it's cat +2. Might be cat +2. I think it's cat +2. It's cat +2 in size, which ended up being the size of a large building. And is effectively a suit of armor around the spider. It is a phase 2. So what I did is this giant expanse of this hammock, where like the table's here and the chair's here and the player character's here. This, like a wormhole, like bending downwards, a hole formed here, and just everything got pulled down. Until eventually, the way it ended up being, like, up here is the hammock, it ended up being like this. As just from down here, there's this giant mega structure of the Mangled God that is weighing it down. It grabbed all of those hanging buildings, all of those great hanging cubicles and fountain heads and park benches all around the palace. It just grabbed them, pulled it towards itself with silk, and made a giant suit of armor that was at the bottom of a 150-foot slope. So not only were a bunch of people up here, a bunch of people were also down here, and they had to spend cat +3, so it should have been a skyscraper. My apologies. A bunch of people were like stuck hanging onto silk, and so they had to climb down, and like it took multiple actions to climb. And the player got very creative. They had one person who was a gate user. They used Bloom, the one that gives you extra arms, and this character used their arms to like throw themselves down and catch and move and jump and spin like acrobatically down the side of this, because they didn't have to worry about like tearing their shoulder joint because it was a magic arm. It was a psychic arm. There was one of them had was a binder. Sister was a binder, and she sent in hunter form her Sin to go scout the inside of the Mangled God. And so you had these people that were like trying to get inside the Mangled God, and others were still fighting the Weavers up here because the Weavers were growing in number. And also the Mangled God was swinging giant building-sized limbs and was dragging a lid to cover its top. It was crazy. However, what ended up happening is a couple people went inside, and Hars was doomed. Hars was doomed. Had a sin mark already. Hars was an idle host that got recruited. And the way I handle execution in my world is if you slay the sin, you cut out the related part of the host's psychology. So if you slay an idol, you remove someone's desire for whatever it is they were desiring. Hars wanted to be like a drag racer, and so had an idol manifested around that. And by extension, executing that meant that Hars lost their drive to drive, right? So Hars took damage, overflowed, rolled to resist, got another sin mark where their skin, their torso, it ballooned out their right arm and shoulder, and then it ballooned out their left arm and shoulder, and then their head ballooned out as they were growing, and then I had to physically grab their torso and push it back into place. And suddenly, like, sloughs of skin. Like someone who lost like 200 pounds and had too much skin for their flesh was just draped across them, and they merely manifested an ogre. And then my player decided that Hars would jump down to try and like jump 60 feet to try and get into the mangled god, and failed the roll, so took damage, got another sin mark, rolled to resist again, and this time landed on his face, or landed on their face, rolled off to the side, and their face was like this is their face now, because just it looked like their face had melted and then reformed. It was, their jaw was distended and distorted. Their an original sin mark was teeth that were like needles and they had a bite force. Now their teeth are always exposed, something they wore a mask before to hide. Their eyes are like drawn out and sullen. It's a little bit like the Scream mask. It's a little bit like the Scream painting. And just despite that, Hars just rolls into the mangled god despite this. Gage manages to go in. Another character who had a sin mark. Their sin mark is glowing green eyes that gives them perfect night vision. The sin of the binder flies in. The character with bloom, Acme, jumps in. So now there's 3 characters, and then also Canine gets down there. There's now 4 characters plus a sin in the mangled god, and they're looking and they're running, and eventually the sin spent an action to search for it. So within the larger sin, within the larger mangled god, the sin pointed out where the spider was. And because Hars had already gone in, because Gage had already gone in, it could only lead Gage and Acme. Gage and Acme run up to the spider. And the spider, within Mangled God, the spider had 4 masks on it in its spider form, in its weird, like, normal form. And each of these masks slithered out with, like, a slug-like parasite from the spider. And it turned out the spider that they were fighting was like a mech almost, a shell. And these spiders were the ones that gathered the eulogy of the Mangled God. So they found one of these like spider slug things, one of these masked faces, and they kill it. They managed to execute it. However, not before the Mangled God does something where in its internals, it basically twists and shifts and spins around gyroscopically, knocking around all of its innards, all of the people inside of it. And it ended up dealing another sin mark to Gage, who Gage now kind of lost all of their color They had a panic attack in the Mangled God. They were literally huddled in a corner, just trying to not be thrown around and trying not to be seen. And they were having flashbacks back to, if you remember, I was talking earlier about Crashing Tiger. That really bad mission about the centipede where Gage was the only survivor. They were having like a PTSD attack. They were having an anxiety attack back to Crashing Tiger. And they manifested this kind of like desaturation, this gloom surrounding them, this darkness encompassing them. And eventually, Gage, so Gage is still lost. Hearst manages to find the spider, and so Hearst and I was right about Canine. I wrote Gage on accident. Canine and Acme and Hearst all come together, kill the spider, executes, and that's when I give the player like the notification. Okay, the Weaver's back off. What do you do? And they start talking. They're like, we need to get them out of there. I'm like, yeah, you do need to get them out of there. And they're like, what happens when the spider dies? Like, what happens to the palace? And I'm like, well, you're not sure, but you do see that the Mangled God is starting to fall apart. And then I put on like the Unseen Ones, the boss music from Hades, where you fight Hades in his final form. And I said, you now need to escape. And so this multi-staged boss fight ended up having a denouement post-fight escape where everyone in the Mangled God had a 3 talisman to escape. And there was a 9 talisman countdown that every single time any character took any action would mark down. And when it hit 3, the lower third of the Mangled God broke off. When it hit 6, the middle third of the Mangled God broke off. And when it hit 9, which they got all the way to 8 before they escaped on the 9th action. When it hits 9, that is when the entire Mangled God falls into the void. So they're good now. They're making rolls. They're trying to get out. And what happens is I'm rolling risk because all these are risky. They're climbing out. They're dodging debris. They're trying to get their way out of there. And what happens is I end up rolling. I think I rolled a 1. It might have been 2. What happens is that Hearst falls. The entire group dodged out of the way of a collapsing piece of the ceiling and all stood on one weak point, and Hearst fell. They take a little bit of stress, and I rolled, and they got another sin mark. So I rolled to see whether or not they were transformed into an imago. And I didn't tell the player because it was too dark down there. They couldn't see. And is this a recap of the multi-phase spider fight? Yes. So they fall down. I roll for it, and I didn't tell the player. And the player is like, okay, Canine is an Ardence user. Can Canine just like light a fire and like drop it down there with like Fury or something? I'm like, actually, that doesn't even take an action. You can just, without spending a Psyche Burst, you can have Canine start a fire and drop it. And when you do, you drop it, and when it doesn't illuminate anything as it falls. It's just too dark down there. It's as if the darkness is swallowing it, and then literally the fire gets swallowed by the darkness and gets put out. And the player instantly realized, yep, that's an ogre. We lost Hearst. After killing the spider, Hearst succumbed to Sin Overflow because escaping was as dangerous as fighting it. On top of that, they're all trying to leave. Canine is like, wants to help but can't, is forced to pull away. The way they're escaping is one of the members of Team Gamma is a Vector user. She jumps down all the way to the Mangled God, all the way from like 150 feet, and she slows herself down, right, to get down there. It takes some damage, but because she didn't roll well, but she managed to slow herself down. They take the roof of this thing, the lid of this thing, they get every survivor on top of it, and she just vectors upward. And I'm rolling. And one of the things is that initially it was held up like this, but one of the rolls, this all snapped off. So now it's hanging like this, and they're trying to get up here. So how do you vector up to here? It's way more difficult. Like just the tension was going up and up and up. If you remember, there's the 9-part talisman, and we were on talisman like 7 and then 8, and then something happens that throws all of them and scatters them, and now they're all scattered across the roof and not even in position anymore. So I have to spend an action to all get back together. And then finally, Newton, the vector user, vectors them up and fails the roll. And then my player, for the first time in this entire mission, is like, I'm gonna stutter. Or not mission, but like for the first time in the entire fight, says, I'm gonna stutter. And so they get a reroll and they barely succeed. And I describe how the way it goes is that Newton, the vector user, tries to go like this to go like a straight shot. However, the imbalance of the lid flips it into this and crushes them against the webbing, and they're stuck there. So then Stutter brings it back, and right before Newton lets it rip, Hattie, the player character, I'm like, what do you say to get them to not do that? And then she just screams, launch it straight up! And then Newton is like, what? And Canine, who has been on the mission with Hattie to this point and knows she's a flux user, says, trust her. And so it goes straight up, and as they're going straight up, a piece of debris is falling down, and so it slams into the debris and rockets it directly onto the spot right where they need to be. Because Stutter is the one thing that saved probably 4 XOs in a single roll. However, it's not that easy. Because what happens is that now, as that happens, now this, with the mangled god falling, all of this string, ding, 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 is all coming apart and untangling. And now, the chair's over there. The desk got launched, but I'm going to draw it for the sake of artistic representation. Everyone is here. And there's this crest. This is all webbing, right? Everyone is on the webbing as it falls. And they all have to make a choice. Do they jump for it, where they make a roll right now? Or do they cling to the webbing and just try and wait it out, and then they can climb? If they wait it out and climb, they are automatically safe, but climbing is risky. So they will have to make a risky roll later. Jumping is, if you make it, you're fine. If you don't make it, you fall. And like 4 characters, or I think it was 2 characters jumped it, 2 characters spent a psyche burst to get over for free. So there's like 5 people, or I think 4 people at this point, stuck here, clinging to it. And they're all trying to climb up, they're all taking damage, debris is falling down, some of them are succeeding, some of them are failing. And Gage, the OG, the most powerful XO, the one with the now 2 sin marks, the survivor of Crashing Tiger, ends up making a roll where they are single-handedly grabbing onto. So if it's like, so the way this works, like the webbing is like fraying. Gage is single-handedly like holding all this together as it's all coming apart, and allows other people to climb up past them. And then once everyone is up, they relax their legs, and like 20 collective feet of silk falls. And in this spider, the silk is metal. It is electrified, humming, cabling that is adhesive like silk. So now you have Gage. You have Gage just letting their legs hang, and and they're like, okay, now Gage is gonna roll to come up, and I say, no. I'm gonna roll 1d6. On a 1, Gage loses their grip and falls. And then my player goes, oh, they fall? And I'm like, and they die. And they go, they die? And I'm like, yeah, if I roll 1 on a 1d6, they lose their grip and they fall because they have been holding up so much and they're so tired. And I rolled a die, and then I said, okay, how do you save Gage? Like what do you do to save Gage? And then the player goes, okay, so Canine, with his sin mark, he has this thing where like his torso is extended, like Mr. Fantastic, like stretchy, can extend forward. So Canine is going to reach forward and like extend his torso forward to reach out for Gage. And I said, okay, as you do that, you see that Gage is like has no saturation. It's like black and white almost, but not quite. And their fingers have more value to them, as if they would have been red, but you can't see any color on them. And they look at Canine, and right as Canine reaches them, they lose their grip and they fall into the mist. And Canine had his hand where Gage's shoulder was. As Gage, I rolled a 1 on the fortune die, and Gage died after everyone else was safe and after the threat was over. And then Canine is devastated. The player is kind of devastated. All of the characters are shell-shocked. At this point, Team Gamma realizes that one of them is missing and never came into the palace, so they go out looking for him. And just, they're calling in what happened, and apparently a virtue was on site, and they have to report to their handler, like, that they had an imago. And just, like, they also reveal a second imago, and the session ended with them hearing an elevator ding, and they walk out, and they see a figure, like 5'7", long black well overcoat. Their hair's cropped back just beyond the ears, perfectly within cane regulation. They have a stern expression. Their face appears to be carved of granite. They're just like set in their expression without much deviance. And they're wearing athletic wear that appears to be reinforced around the joints, like the knees and the elbows. And they have a mesh that appears to be some sort of lightweight bulletproof vest that is like has a bit more accessibility. And they see a longsword on their hip as they are staring Justice eye to eye. And Justice says, "XOs report in." And that's where we ended the session because they needed to go. So after all of this, 2 imagos, 1 death, 1 MIA. On Team Beta, there was a casualty so bad they had to go like get surgery, and also another death. So that is 5 permanent casualties, one of whom needs like permanent surgery and could not participate on this hunt because they were so injured from the other one. Kane sent Justice after all of that. So, yeah, that's where we ended. And that's why I had boss fights on the brain, is because I made a multi-stage boss fight, which was basically an intro fight. And then from the intro fight, it was the main fight in the palace. And then it was stage 2 with the Mangled God. And then it was like a denouement in the escape sequence. And it was just the pre-one actually had an imago, which was a little surprising. And then the main fight in the palace had a lot of damage, had a ton of damage just thrown around, and a lot of stress, and a lot of, like, there was some sin overflows. In the third one with the Mangled God, there was even more. It was more stressful, more sin overflows. And then it was in the escape, after the spider was already defeated, there was another imago. There was a death. There's so much of this. Is Justice virtue? Justice is the virtue. Justice is the XO with the single highest kill count in Kane. And I thought to myself, like, which virtue do I want to send? My first thought was Justice. And I was like, I don't know. I was thinking maybe Faith, maybe Charity. I don't think it'd be Fortitude. I don't think it'd be Prudence. And I don't think it'd be Hope. I was considering a Harpocrates dossier one, but I thought to myself, when I think virtue, I think justice. I might never get the chance to run a virtue again. I'm going to choose the one I want. I'm going to choose justice. That's why when I ran my first hunt, I ran an ogre, because I was like, well, I could do something else, but when I think of sin, I think an ogre, because that's the first one in the book. Like, the stereotypical sin hunt for me is an ogre hunt. The stereotypical virtue for me is justice. I don't care it's stereotypical to me. It's probably not stereotypical to my player. Therefore, I'm going to just run with that because I might not get another chance. In fairness, if you killed one monster, but in the process 2 more were created, I would also send the Cain equivalent of Alucard. So what it was is that it's when it was reported in that the Lord metamorphized into the spider, Team Beta, after having defeated the Hound, was rerouted to Team Alpha. Team Gamma was scrambled from the base. And their handler basically hit up Seraph and said, like, hey, this was a metamorphosis. What virtues do you have on standby? Because a metamorphosis is not common. A metamorphosis is not good. And a metamorphosis almost always is going to be a disaster of a mission. Because in my world, a metamorphosis is when one sin turns into a different sin, which is not supposed to happen with any regularity. But it is possible in my world. So yeah, they sent in Justice. Justice has the power to warp reality and impose laws. Yes. And also, and this is going to hurt. I don't know if I think I told my player this. I don't know if they remember. You know, Canine? You know, the one who was going to go Gamma? And that was like the golden child and is a hardline, is like the one that always sucks up to Cain management specifically to make things easier for other XOs. Canine was basically being groomed to be the next Justice. Canine, like site management was like, hey, we want to like make a new Justice, and we think Canine has what it takes. So we're gonna set Canine up to like they're gonna bond with Justice. Canine has met Justice before. Canine is gonna like go Gamma and get a high kill count and never get a sin mark and is going to be the next Justice. We want to like Canine had the expectations of a future virtue thrust on him, and now he's gonna stare Justice in the eye, and Justice is gonna call him disgusting. And it's gonna hurt so bad. It's gonna be amazing. How the heck do you spell Harpocrates dossier? A little help here? Don't worry. Certainly was a disaster. Yeah, so there was 5 on Team Alpha, there was 5 on Team Beta, there was 4 on Team Gamma. Team Beta, there was 1 death. There was 1, I'll call it like injury, because they were so injured that they couldn't participate. So 3 came as support, all of them who were injured, but they got a rest. Of these, we had 1 Imago and 1 death, not to mention Sin Overflows. We had another Imago from Hearse. We had an MIA. But like, no one came out of this unscathed, right? No one came out of this just peachy keen. I think Team Gamma, because they were completely fresh and they only showed up at the last minute, they went away with like, one of them had like 4 stress, one of them had an injury and like 2 stress, one of them had like 3 stress. They didn't really take too much. Everyone else was at like 3 injuries, or had taken a sin mark and was at 2 injuries. Like, everyone else was beat the heck up. If I went harder, I could have killed more characters, but I chose not to because I didn't want to like be rude. Yeah, that's some evil knife twisting. Yeah, you're so heartbroken for Canine, but hey, at least Hattie is joining the Blackcoats. I hope Hattie, because she was a coward, because she was selfish, because she basically ignored her fellow Valentines, but in reality she was helping with the Weavers, so she was not useless. She was just selfish. She didn't get a sin mark. And because this was a multi-sin event, I'm counting this as 2 different hunts. She is going from Cat 2 to Cat 3. She's already there. She's already Cat 3 now. She just needs, I think it's what? Is it 4 missions from Cat 3 to Cat 5? Or 4 missions from Cat 3 to Cat 4? Because I think it's 1 from Cat 1 to Cat 2. Oh, no, so it's 1 from Cat 1 to Cat 2, it's 1 from Cat 2 to Cat 3, it's 2 from Cat 3 to Cat 4, it's another 4 on top of that from Cat 4 to Cat 5. Right. So she is 1 mission away now from Cat 4, from going Gamma. Because she didn't help out. She let them die, she let them Imago, and I was so excited for this. I was waiting literal months for this because we kept having delays in our scheduling. I wouldn't want to be Justice. Justice's downside is too much. Yeah, and Canine didn't want to be Justice, but Canine expressed privately to Hattie. They had a conversation, which I love doing this. I got the opportunity, like, basically, I made a dorm of 15 exos. Because they wanted, my player wanted to be Epsilon 13. So I needed at least 12. And then I was like, I'll make 15 because I'm a monster. I'm terrible. So now, they immediately connected with EXO 5, who was the Cat 2 on their first mission. EXO 14, who was one of the Cat 1s on their mission. And they kind of connected with EXO 15, but EXO 15 is the one that turned Imago, is Snake. So, and there was this thing where like Snake cared about Hattie more than Hattie cared about Snake. Hattie connected with Mix, XO4. So of those that are okay, let me just run this through. EO1 is dead. EO2 is Canine, who now has a sin mark. EO3 was off the mission, off doing something else on a private adventure. With Temerity Archivists. EO4 was on the mission, is Mix, was the person who is like an older sister figure to Hattie. EO5 was the guy who was Cat 2 on the first mission, is the death of the Hound mission, and was in a relationship with EO4. And if you recall, at the very beginning of this Lord hunt, before it was a spider hunt, before they even went on the hunt, EO4 approached Hattie and said, hey, EO5 is a Cat 3, you're a Cat 2, EO5 has experience fighting a Lord, we want to swap you with EO5. And Hattie said, no, I want to go on the Cat 3 hunt. So now, Hattie feels responsible for EO5's death. EO8 is Hearse, who went Imago and died. E10 was Watson, who was the MIA. And E15 is Snake, who went Imago. I feel like I'm missing one. Yeah, so it's rough. So what happens to a sin that is inside another sin's domain when the domain collapses? And with the missing gamma, sounds like you have a perfect excuse for your player promotion gamma. That's what I was saying. What, like, Canine being kicked from the running of gamma, already Hattie has been approached by one of like the admins of Site Epsilon to be like, hey, we have our eye on you. We think that you might be gamma material. And this mission is going to cement that. This mission is basically going to be like, hey, Hattie, this was a disaster of a mission, but not only did you as a Cat 2 manage to survive both a Cat 3 and Cat 4 mission, you also managed to not get a sin mark, and I was informed you were instrumental with your flux abilities on multiple occasions. I am going to recommend you for gamma once you hit Cat 4. Just straight up, like the person that told Hattie about gamma is someone who was an EXO at Site Gamma and then got their pieces of silver and retired. This is a former Gamma EXO, and so basically each site has at least one or two former Gamma EXOs in administrative positions whose job it is to do whatever the job is, but also to look out for new talent, to look out for EXOs at the different sites, Site Alpha or Site Beta or Site Epsilon, and be like, hey, I think you would be a good fit. Make it to Cat 4 without getting a sin mark, and I will recommend you. At least she saved 4, at least, yeah. All virtue downsides are too much for me, that's fair. But what happens to a sin that's inside another sin's domain when the sin collapses? That's a good question. No one knows. The only confirmation right now is that Imago Snake is gone. And Watson is MIA searching for them. Unclear what's going on there. Imago Hearst was in a palace as it demanifested. And I'm trying to think. I can see it being one of three options. The option that I'm definitely not going to go, but it is an option, is Imago Hearst died because it was in a collapsing palace, right? I'm probably not going to do that. My first thought was they're basically shunted via the psychic sea somewhere else because they're a sin now, because they're an Imago, and they're just completely in a different spot. And they're forming their own palace as a perfect ogre, and it's going to be its own thing. However, what might be fun is if the presence of a sin keeps the palace alive, and the palace doesn't go away. It just kind of forms into Hearst's palace, because Hearst, as a perfect ogre, formed in the palace. It is a deep emotional connection to the palace because that is the place where it had multiple sin marks. Even though like the building and the fact it's connected to like Chatsworth and Chairman, which is like the business that the Spider Host was connected to, like the perfect ogre doesn't care about the building. The perfect ogre cares about this place of torment that it was subjected to in the palace. So the palace might just persist. I'm curious of the lore of some of the character names. Are they just nicknames, call signs? So all of the characters have a XID, which follows the format which my player set up is, because I gave my player tons of freedom in how they set it up. So it'll be Epsilon, what number you are, so Epsilon 13, what your blasphemy is, and then a number in a letter indicating how many of that blasphemy you have had in the dorm. So my player's character is Epsilon 13 FLB. They are dorm Epsilon, site Epsilon, the 13th in rank, a flux user, and they are the second flux user to be an Epsilon. There is currently no other flux user in Epsilon. Sorry about that. However, there's one additional bit that certain characters have. For instance, Gage was, I think, Epsilon 01-SMBX. The X indicates you have a sin mark. So they were Site Epsilon. They're the top ranked number 1 XO at that site. They had the Smother Blasphemy. They were the second person with Smother in that Epsilon, in Dorm Epsilon, and they had a sin mark. So all of them have an XID. They also all have real names. But the player actually has only learned Raphael's. Because after their first hunt, they basically had an emotional, like, intimate moment together where, like, they were basically confiding in each other about their circumstances and what life is like. They joined at around the same time. They went on their first hunt together. Hattie, the player character, has kind of a crush on Raphael, and Raphael tells her, "Hey, my name's April," which I made up on the spot, but it's actually pretty funny because I'll explain with the name. And then Hattie explains that her name is Generosity. And it was like a really sweet, intimate moment. And now when they care about each other, when they're like having like intimate moments together, or they're reaching out to each other, trying to comfort each other, they'll call each other their real names. Hattie will call her April. Raphael will call her Generosity or Jen. And there's been times where like Hattie was breaking down in Raphael's arms, and Raphael's like, "Jen, we're fine. Like, we're okay." And like Hattie, after the mission, after the spider, after everyone died, like was just breaking down crying. And so they have this connection. But most of the characters, they don't know what their name is. Do you want me to run through all the call signs? Because there's a reason for all of them. All of them have a reason. Generosity, I'm trying not to laugh given 10 minutes ago. No, I know. It's very silly. And they basically, my player was like, I want to choose like a Catholic name. I want to choose, like, because of the themes of Cain, I want to choose like a weirdly religious virtue name, and just generosity came to mind. Imagine a roving palace that manifests randomly throughout the world. That'd be pretty good. I think it'd be funny if Hearst was sucked into the psychic sea and got souped up in psychic energy. Yeah. I feel as though I kind of have to, because my player, their character Hattie, they were a streamer, and their online handle was Hattrick, which is why their call sign is Hattie. Because their call sign is technically Hattrick, but everyone just calls them Hattie. Because that was just their streamer name. Multiple XOs recognized them when they joined Site Epsilon and were like, oh, it's Hattrick. So then that's just became their name. I can just go down the list. Wasn't Watson the one you said teleported them out of the spider web pit? No, so that's Newton. Newton was the one that, using Vector, launched the lid of the spider pit up. Watson is the one who went off to go look for Snake. Greetings from the urgent care clinic. Oh no, I hope that you're not there because you need urgent care. I wonder how you would flavor if a virtue went too well, like justice to self-righteous. Oh, interesting. So like a perfect virtue almost, like the unhealthy extreme of a virtue. You are the urgent care? Oh no, okay. So, of the various XOs, let me grab a list. I have a list of them. I will start... I'll start at the top and work my way down. How about that? So we start at E15, call sign Snake. Snake was a shy, quiet, not very assertive character who just on his own would just sway back and forth, and just to himself he would just hiss to himself, just like as a self-soothing thing, like a stim. And so at one point, one of the other XOs was like they referred to him as that snake-looking one. And so the term snake just stuck, right? It was entirely just like he did an action that reminded them of a snake, so he just got called Snake. E14, Raphael. When she arrived, she was pissed. She was aggressive. She was like not happy about being kidnapped from her life, and was basically trying to pick fights and was very irritable. And so someone else was reading a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic and said calm down, Raphael. And then the term Raphael stuck, which it actually has multiple layers. First off, because she's actually she draws in her spare time and is actually pretty good at math. So the Renaissance Raphael is actually pretty accurate to her. But also her name is April. This is the one that has an intimate connection with Hattie. April is the friend of the TMNT, so on multiple levels it works. Wait, did you just accidentally confirm that Watson imagoed instead of just being missing? No, I said that Watson went out looking for Snake. It's unclear what has happened to Watson. Hattie, Hattrick. This is just the streamer handle of the player character. Player character chose this one. E12 is, I think this is sister. Yeah, so E12 is sister, and she is 12, 13. She's multiple years younger than everyone else. And basically she's everyone's little sister. Everyone wants to look out for her. Everyone feels responsible for her. She's competent. She is competent, but she's quiet. She's withdrawn. She doesn't really interact with anyone. And so she just is like everyone's little sister, right? Those who were in the last stream know Arrow's idea for Watson, eager to see if it being executed. I'm eager to see too. Basically, so is the number going to update now that they have multiple allies? Yep. Initially, my player didn't think that was going to happen, but I explained, ages ago, I explained, when when someone dies... Oh, sorry, give me a moment. My father's calling me, so I need to text him and be like, hey, I'm busy. I'm busy now. I'll text in a few hours. Sorry about that. Yeah, so last stream I was talking about how my plan for Watson... Well, let me get to him first. So sister, everyone's little sister. E11 is Acme. Acme is a gate user who hit, like... Acme's entire thing is he's just chill. He's happy-go-lucky. He's just glad to be there. He's go with the flow. And his kit, he has no one weapon. Using his gate blasphemy, he will reach into his gate, his pocket, and pull out anything, but not by choice. I literally roll randomly for what he grabs. So he's Acme because he just has everything. Just noticed I'm 5 minutes behind, got a double speed to catch it up. Oh no! E10 is Watson. Watson is a very cerebral character, is a palace user. Sister is the bind user. And if you're curious, her sin is named Rancor because it is a manifestation of her aggression and anger that she doesn't really let show otherwise. Watson is a palace user and basically thinks that they're smart, thinks that like tries to be really intelligent, is very much like wants to be Sherlock Holmes but isn't, so is called Watson. Yeah, Rancor is like a squid dog thing. Don't worry about it. Watson, my plan for them is perfect, idle, snake will control them and like take control of them and like basically adopt them into the cult is my plan. Alternatively, Watson might like Snake might force an imago on Watson because one imago versus one XO, particularly these two were friends. Like Watson and Snake were friends. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I know it's going to be bad. Watson may be an acolyte. Watson may be a second imago. I might have it be like Snake ends up becoming a sin and Watson also ends up becoming a sin, but like it's a weird power dynamic where Snake is the dominant half and Watson is the like subservient half, but there's this weird resentment there. That might be interesting. EO9 is Bond. She's an edit user who is super social. She is like the face of the entire dorm. And so she hasn't really interacted with Hattie, but she's a very personable person, like James Bond. But also she forms bonds with people. She's like, just is someone that is easy to connect with, easy to talk to. And she is the one that on the Hound Hunt is considered a casualty because she was so injured she could not participate on the sorry, I just sneezed. She could not participate on the spider relief. So she was like sent back to base for intensive repairs. EO8, I believe this is Hearse. This is Newton. Newton is a vector machine. So always eye on the prize, very focused on the work, very focused on getting things in a very particular way. She is someone that is basically all work, no play, as a machine does. And so, like Newton, like Isaac Newton, she has no sense of humor and she's very smart, very technical, reminds everyone of him, but also with Vector, just inertia. With force equals mass times acceleration, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. She is someone who, if you mess with her, she will mess with you back equivalently. She very much embodies Newtonian physics, just on multiple levels. Hearse, I explained this before. He was a drag racer and then became a doomed whisper user. After manifesting an idol, having the idol executed, and then he's recruited. So his whisper is the sin that he was going to turn into. So at first it was an idol, because after he manifested the idol, got executed, it was like this idol that was this former part of himself whispering to him after execution. And then it kind of formed and shifted as he evolved into this ogre whispering in his head. And so what he turned into was effectively his shadow. And the reason he's Hearse is because he was a driver. But he's also very macabre, morose, quiet. He's very not present and very shy because his mouth and his teeth are like needles, and he really is uncomfortable with people seeing that. So what do you drive that is macabre? A Hearse. Faust is EO6. Yes, haha, Limbus Company. He's a sympathy user, and he loves making a deal. He's a demon. He loves acquiring wealth, items, trades, smuggling. Like, if you need something smuggled into the site, he's your guy. And my player hasn't really interacted with him, so hasn't really learned that about him yet. But he's the sort of person like, hey, like, you want weed? Sure, I can get you weed. I just know how to do that. Like, don't ask questions. He's the person you want to have at site, even if you're not friends with him. And then we get to the point where this is Arthur. Arthur is the cat 2 that initially was like a leader in the first hunt Hattie went on, became like an older brother figure, died on the hound hunt, and he was a guardian. He wanted to protect everyone else. He had a 2-handed longsword that he would use, and so people called him Arthur. King Arthur, good guy. Basically, it started pejoratively. It's like, okay, King Arthur, like, all right. And then people started being like, okay, all right, King Arthur, all right. And like, people softened on him when they realized he was just genuinely earnest. E4 is Mix. She's a jaunt user, and she just mixes and matches her weapon. Her weapon is an amalgamation of different colored parts that she's put together to assemble her rifle to her liking. And then also she like mixes stuff up. She mixes and matches all the time. She's Ghostwire, so she's like in people's heads. Like, it's just a matter of like, she mixes. That's all there is to it. EO3 is Clapback, because if you say something, she will clap back at you. She is a Shadow Ardence user, and she is the shadow of Canine. She is the shadow of Canine. And so she is this inferiority complex because they're both Ardence users, but Canine is the golden child. Canine is the hardline who kisses up to management, and management loves her, administration loves him, and does not really care about Clapback. So she's a massive inferiority complex about that, and they have a rivalry. Where, broadly speaking, Clapback is like a little bit abrasive to everyone, but not that bad. Just kind of like difficult. Like, actually will go shot for shot with Canine though. And she gets under Canine's skin like no one else can. And Canine, meanwhile, is Canine. He started being called Hound. Because people thought, because he was kissing up to management, because he was kissing up to the administration, that he was just the Hound of Cain. He was a dog. However, what they very quickly realize is he just kisses up insofar as like administration trusts him, and then as a result, he can get away with so much nonsense, particularly when he is put in a position of authority over other XOs. Something that's very common is like the handler will be running them through like a practice drill and then have to step away to like talk to someone. So he'll be like, okay, Hound, you handle it. And Hound's like, got it, boss. And as soon as handler leaves, Hound says, all right, he's going to be back in like 6 minutes. You get a 3-minute break. Like, grab some water, take a breath, chill. And Hound effectively goes out of his way to leverage his position as like the golden child to take the heat off everyone else. And so as a sign of respect for that, because like people like that, people appreciate that, they start calling him Canine instead of Hound. However, Canine is the one unique case where the handler is trying to like be hip, so to speak, is trying to like fraternize with the XOs by calling him Hound. So the handler in all of admin calls every single XO like not Faust, Epsilon 06, not Mix, EO4, but Canine gets called his name, which admin assumes is Hound because that's what they were calling him before. So kind of to distance themselves from admin, to show that they respect him, not as like a dog, but as like basically their protector, they call him Canine now. And then EO1 is Gage. Gage was not always called Gage. It's unclear what Gage used to be called because as I mentioned, Gage was the only survivor of Crashing Tiger, of a really bad centipede hunt. So when people when new XOs came and they're like, hey, like, what's your name? Like, Gage. Gage just chose their name to be Gage because when they were growing up prior to Kane, they worked at like a mechanics shop and they just were called Gage there. So they prefer that to what their nickname was previously. And you say Clapback's reaction to Canine will be interesting to hear about when it happens. I'm so excited for that because Canine and Clapback are rivals. Clapback is the shadow of Canine. Clapback resents Canine. But ultimately, everyone in the dorm is a Valentine. That's what they call themselves. They call themselves Valentines, and it's the idea of, as a Valentine, it is you against Kane. Because Kane is the one that kidnapped you, forced you into the situation, is throwing you to your death, and treats you like a tool. Only the Valentines will be there for you. So ultimately, they have each other's backs, but they resent each other for it. And what I'm so excited to have happen is for Canine to go back after being called, like being written off by justice, after having the handler completely do a 180 on how he treats Canine, because now there's no chance for Canine to go Gamma, so why would he waste the effort on that? Canine to be at his lowest point, and then Clapback to come back from her mission, where she was just eating Arby's and chilling with some scientists and like playing guard for them, making sure that nothing happened to them, and her just seeing him and just giving him a hug and like just telling him that it's nothing to be ashamed of. And just like, that's my plan. My plan is for it to be like, Clapback is going to be one of the few people who just unconditionally and immediately accepts Canine for who he is, because she recognizes that he really wanted to go Gamma. He was being pushed to go Gamma. She resented him because of that. And now that he doesn't have that, there's no reason to resent him. And at the end of the day, the only reason she did resent him was because of that. So she is just going to try and be there for him as much as she can. And like, don't tell anyone. It's a rivals to lovers romance. I'm so excited for this to be a background romance. Oh, will the dorm get new E15 and E14 to replace fallen XOs? Eventually. But for now, it's just going to be, because Gage is gone, Canine is now EO1. Clapback will be EO2, Mix will be EO3. Because Arthur is done, that means Foss is going to be EO4. Hearst is gone, so that's going to be, I think, Newton is going to be EO6. So, like, it's going to be, like, everyone's going to knock down, like, 1, 2, or 3. Like, I'm so ready, because, like, I don't think my player is gonna expect it. Because my player has interacted with Clapback, like, twice. And then had an entire hunt with Canine. But Canine never really spoke about Clapback much. They saw Clapback and Canine kind of have like a rivalry. And there was actually something very early where in a thing of training. They're doing a training exercise, and Hattie is talking with Mix, because Mix is basically like an older sister figure, is a bit older, has been here longer, is like, it's a cat 3 while Hattie was a cat 1. And so they're talking, and then Hattie's talking about how like, oh yeah, like the older Valentines, like I respect all of you so much, like the cat 3s, you must be so knowledgeable. And Mix is like, watch this. And Mix takes Hattie to watch training, and they see Canine, who up until this point has basically been the golden child, is basically just bickering with Clapback. As Canine and Clapback are like arguing about like who like did their training better and easier, and they're basically just like not being nasty to each other, but like being anime rivals to each other. And then Mix is like, we're just people. Like, there's nothing special about us outside of the fact that we survived a bit longer. And then Hattie does the training course and uses Flux to like beat it faster than them, and like uses her like rifle to shoot the dummy that they were like using their Ardence powers on. And it's Clapback who is the one that like goes over to Hattie's like, yo, congrats, like I didn't think that you'd be able to beat us. And Canine is the one that gets frustrated and leaves. Despite the fact Clapback is the shadow, she can appreciate someone else having competence. Her issue is that Canine is the favorite, right? And Canine is the one that got kind of frustrated by the fact he got shown up. Despite the fact, overwhelmingly, the dynamic is Clapback gets frustrated with Canine. So I made sure to show instances of like, they're just people. And more than that, they're just kids. Because remember, most of these are like teenagers from like 14 to like 17. Watch the manager come in and switch focus to Clapback to try and get them to go gamma, and Clapback just shut them down immediately. What I was going to do, I was going to have the handler immediately pivot to Clapback. And Clapback to just be like oh. And basically because Clapback's already cat 3. Clapback needs one more mission. And handler's basically gonna shift attention to Clapback and just say like, hey, you've really proven yourself over time. This recent mission you just went on really cemented it. And the Temerity scientists you were guarding spoke very highly of you. Like, I do think you have what it takes to go gamma. And just a complete 180 on Clapback. Clapback is going to go from the glass child to the golden child, and is just going to be hit with like oh, so this is what it feels like. And I don't know if Canine is going to become a shadow to Clapback, but I do know it's going to change their relationship. Idiot teenagers with a death wish, yeah. A weird but neat thing, what I know about is that in a book called Angels and Endangered Species, Gabriel is referred to as one of the only high-ranking female angels. Interesting. Kane, how to use? How would I utilize Dante's Inferno in my game some way? Do you mean in Kane specifically or just in general? Because like, if you want to use Dante's Inferno, just take Hell, make it the Inferno. Boom, you did Dante's Inferno. Like, you could have like different symbology of the layers. Like, you could just like do what Ultra Kill did, just make Hell, but it's the layers of the Inferno. Teenagers with a death wish. So you mean teenagers? Okay, fine. That's fair. Gosh, I have been yapping for 4 hours. 4 hours. I'd sippy my water. So yeah, that's a lot of my Kane rambles. I am very excited to continue this. I don't know which one. So now what I need to figure out is what happens next, right? I told my player, hey, next is going to be a rest session. Because what I've done is that between missions, you get a rest session. And even after the Lord changed and they went to go take a rest, like mechanical rest, and increase pressure by 1, and like before fighting the spider. I gave them an entire session of chilling. I gave my player an entire session of you are raiding the kitchen of a hotel, you're making French toast, you're sneaking out with the French toast and going to a park, all of you are eating together. Gage is like food insecure and refuses to eat in front of you, so you give Gage a banana and they go on a walk and they come back and it's half eaten and you're so proud of them. And then when you're talking, Gage is like sneaking blueberries and like you're so proud of them, but you don't address it because Gage won't appreciate that. Like, you get to talk to Canine about how he feels about authority and how he feels like his life has been, all of his choices are made for him. I think it would be interesting. Hydrate? Oh yeah, hydrate. I just did. Hey, girly pop. But yeah, so I promised or I didn't promise, but like I told my player it was gonna be a rest session, which the goal of that is like there's no stakes, there's no threat. It is just chill. You can use powers if you want. You can use blasphemies if you want. You can go off on side adventures if you want. The goal is to just play in your playground without consequence or without like narrative consequence. Like there might be, if you breach Kane's rules, you might get grounded. But you're not gonna like die, right? That's not the intent. So I have to decide, what's Justice gonna do? Because there are currently 2 Imagos, and just about of the 8 of them remaining, like 5 of the 8 of them are not in a position to pursue an Imago. So it's Justice is basically gonna grab Team Gamma and say, you're with me, and the others are gonna go back to base. So like it's gonna be 3 XOs are gonna pursue 1 Imago, and Justice is gonna pursue another. And I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think that's what I'm saying, because my player, the Hattie, was a streamer, and my player said, I don't want to fight an idol until later, because I feel like an idol is too closely related to who Hattie is, and I feel as though it would be more dramatic if we wait on that. So the fact that one of their former friends is now a perfect idol, or is going to become a perfect idol, I kind of have to have that be the final hunt. So I think what I might have happen is the 3 members of Team Gamma are going to go after this one, and Justice is going to go after Hearse. And obviously, Justice is going to be able to take on Hearse. Hearse is going to be like a Cat 2 Imago. Justice is like a Cat 6 XO. Easy clap. But I think what happens, I think the perfect idol, alongside Watson, snatches one or all of them. And so Team Gamma is lost. Because that's what happens when you let an idol go. That's what happens when you let a perfect... And then their cult could be other Valentines. Does your player still get the survival XP at the end of the rest sessions? I think, yeah, I think I do give them XP at the end of rest sessions. But also, like, on the hunt technically was like 7 sessions, but they only got XP for like 4 of them because some of them were play-by-post, and then like timing was weird. I'm not too fussed about advancement. I'm pretty liberal when it comes to giving my players advancement. But I would love the idea of like the whole Justice taken to the unhealthy extreme, self-righteous, and just now you're either fighting them or fighting Kane. Listen, corrupt virtues is just normal virtues. Let's be real. Corrupt virtues is just a virtue, but they have decided you're on the wrong side, right? Realistically, I feel like Justice would off-screen the Imago, but that's not too narratively compelling. This is off my understanding of Justice, but not your world. That's the thing. I think I am just going to have Justice off-screen Hearse. And I think I'm going to have Snake either capture, mind control, or kill the rest of Team Gamma. Because not only does that make this even more threatening of a hunt, not only now did the players start to actually like Acme and thinks Newton is really cool and didn't really get a chance to connect with Faust, but like appreciates how Foss took a beating and like took an injury and just shrugged it off. I think that like I gave them just enough characterization that now I can snatch it away from them. And I think that would work out well. So I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I think Justice is going to go take out Hearse. He's going to no-diff them. And then Justice is not going to be able to find the perfect idol Snake. And I think Justice might have to kill Acolyte Team Gamma. And then that would put a real sour taste in the player's mouth. Hello, Iceland Nick Moose. So let me real quick. Gosh darn it. What is this ding dang stupid idiot? Oh, there we go. Okay. What's the dumbest thing you as a player or DM have done but had a big payoff? I mean, it's got to be the False Hydra, right? Like, I've talked about this extensively. I have one of my most successful videos is talking about the False Hydra. The Wailing one that I ran, which was a False Hydra inspired Bane. The Wailing one is probably the stupidest thing I did because there's no reason it should have worked. Like, there's no reason it should have worked. I lied to my player. I withheld information. I unironically, full stop, like, without exaggeration, gaslit them. And I did all of this in-game over months with plenty of plot holes and no practice. Like, I didn't really prep this. There's no reason this should have worked, and yet it did, and it is probably my favorite TTRPG story. So I think that's probably got to be it. Oh, you could have the control team Gamma be called Snake's Cupids or Cupid's Arrows. You could also have the sub-sin be the main sin's Cupid, and their possessed exos their arrows. So in Site Epsilon, they're called the Valentines because there was one XO who called Cupid, who was basically like a jerk and was betraying people and like stabbing people in the back. And so the rest of the dorm formed the Valentines in opposition to Cupid. And then that is why the Valentine culture is so strong. They banded together against Cupid. And then once they banded against Cupid, they banded together against Cain. And then there's a strong fraternal, sororital culture within Site Epsilon, within the dorm, of it's us versus them. So Cupid already is named, and I am wondering, was Cupid Gage? Was Cupid Gage, and then in being the last surviving member of Dorm Epsilon, they had a change of heart, and they want to keep the Valentine legacy alive, and that's why they just go by Gage, is because the name they were given by everyone else ended up basically being a black mark against them. And that's why they survived, is because they were effectively turning their back on everyone else. They were effectively betraying everyone else. And that's why the mission went so poorly, or at least in part. Fine. Gage. You have fallen for my trap. It is I, #1 roast in hater syrup. Dumbest thing I've done with payoff: sludge in my pocket for 3 months, nat 20 into an enemy's face. Pocket sludge. I don't know. I feel like it would be really interesting if Gage, who was a loner, who kept to themselves, basically was the reason the Valentines formed, was part of the reason the Valentines died, and in honoring them with a change of heart, like, threw away their name of Cupid, kept alive the Valentine legacy, and then withheld themselves from being part of it because they didn't feel they were worthy. And Gage was also extremely self-sacrificial, had a bit of a martyr complex that the player called them out multiple times on, which, if they feel guilty for the Valentines, that would make sense why they were so willing to throw themselves away for everyone else. When your player hears that, it's gonna hurt. Do it. That's what my goal is, right? Yeah, so adopting the title of Cupid, if he knew the story, could be an extra means to say F you guys. I don't know. I don't think it's that. I think Snake isn't like an F you. I think Snake is a no, join me. I feel amazing. I'm finally everything I wanted to be. You can be too. I can make you perfect. You just have to stop resisting. Here, let me make you perfect. And then reaches out its many hands at you. Dumbest thing I've done as a player is falling off a mountain twice in the span of 3 or so rounds. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Did I know pigeons make milk? No, I thought only mammals make milk. I thought that was literally the defining characteristic of a mammal. How do pigeons milk? Do pigeon and milk? What character type do you think is the hardest to roleplay? If, for example, loners, morally gray, villains. I think the hardest to roleplay effectively is the jerk, / the loner, / the, like, redemption. Because all of this requires you to be difficult first. If you're a loner, you have to like shove off the call to action. If you're a jerk, you have to be rude to someone who's nice to you. If you have a path of redemption, you need something to be redeemed from. And I feel like a lot of people, I've talked about this all the time, people struggle with this because they're like, oh, I need you to feel how like evil I was before my redemption started. So I'm going to spend the first 50 sessions being just an absolute jerk who doesn't talk to anyone. And then what happens is that after 5 sessions of that, no one wants to play with you anymore because you're not fun to play with. And so the character's a complete flop. Snake, won't you shake a pulse in his hands? Pigeons make crop milk, which can be made by both male and female pigeons. I wouldn't call pigeon vomit milk. What? This advice I got for that is why prove why you're arrogant about something or have it play as a joke. So my advice for this is, and always has been, is just shorten the time frame. If I want to play a jerk, just take that dial of intensity where it goes from like 10 to 0. And when you have it at 10, I want you to twist it. I want you to turn it down to like 3. Because if you're a jerk in the first scene you're a part of, and then you're like full 10 jerk, you like kick a baby and steal a puppy's candy, right? If you do that, then in your second scene, you're kind of like a 5 out of 10 jerk. You're just kind of not pleasant. People will remember that first impression of you. So you don't need to keep up an 8 or a 9 or a 10. You just need to have a small amount of jerkitude to cement the previous character scene that you had. To show it's not a fluke, to show it's a pattern of behavior. And then, once you have 2, 3, 4 scenes of like being at a 5 out of 10, then you go down to like a 3 out of 10 and you stay at a 3 out of 10. Because if you're a jerk and you're playing a jerk, no one's going to want to play with you because you're a jerk. If you play a jerk for like 10 minutes, and then for the next 2 sessions, you're like kind of unpleasant. And then after that point, you're totally normal. But every once in a while, you'll insult someone when you talk to them. People will think you're a jerk. All you have to do is not let the fire go out. You don't need to add more fuel to it, right? 5 sessions is probably generous. Like, yeah, like 2 sessions of being a jerk would be more than enough. But like, if I want to play a jerk that gets redeemed, I really need 1 scene to set the stage of like a 10 out of 10, 100%. Then I roll that back to like 60% of being a jerk for like a session or 2. And then I go to like 30% of being a jerk, where I'm mostly just normal. But maybe in dialogue, I'm dismissive of your problems. Maybe in dialogue, I constantly talk down to you, but I ultimately agree with you. Like I constantly call you an idiot. But otherwise, I am completely normal in my conversation. Like, I talk like I'm Seto Kaiba, not like I'm a jerk. Not like I'm actually evil or anything, right? Because then what happens is that you get this massive first impression. You don't let it die because you're supporting it with like 2 sessions. And then you have this trail. It's a slug. I don't know. Treat your time at the table like it's precious. It's okay to speed things along. You never know when your game will go on indefinite hiatus. Also funny that Arrow is basically describing Jax from TADC. First thing that came to mind, that or Vegeta. Arrow, what would you want your codename to be in Kane? I'd pick for me Enochian, Enoch, or Eon. I was actually thinking about this. What would I want like my Kane codename to be? So Kane codename or Lancer call sign or just like a name people call you. I feel like it would have to be like Arrow. Cause like that's already a name that I go by. That's already a call sign. Much in the same way that Hat Trick Hattie is just called her streamer name. Like I just go by Arrow probably. But I think it would have to be something related to like creativity. So like Shakespeare would be kind of funny. Or like Hamlet would be kind of funny. Not necessarily because like I'm a huge Shakespeare buff, but just because like it's a notable writer. It's a notable like creative. I don't think like Dungeon Master or Game Master would work. I don't think like DM, GM would work. I think RPG could work. Yo, RPG, get over here. Like, I think that could work. Because I was actually thinking from Persona. Because in Persona 5, each of the Phantom Thieves has a call sign, has a nickname, because you're not supposed to speak aloud your name in someone else's palace, in someone else's mental distortion, because that might give them power over you. So you have to call each other nicknames. So you have like Skull because he has a skull mask. You have Panther because she has like feline traits in her outfit. You have Fox because he has a kitsune mask. You have Queen, which I personally don't really agree with. Mona, which I don't understand. Joker because the wild card. Like you have different names that you assign. So in Kane, as well as in like Lancer or just like in military, it's generally assigned to you. So I don't think that I would be the one to choose it. I think it would be more fun if someone else assigned it to me. The Amazing Digital Circus, got it. Yeah, I never watched that. I haven't watched like Hazbin Hotel. I haven't watched Amazing Digital Circus. I haven't watched anything. Is it Glitch? Is the producer? Any of that stuff? Honey Badger for you? I feel like Kane nicknames would depend on the power I have. Yo, what's up, gamer? What about World of Darkness Storyteller? I kind of like Storyteller. I mean, Storyteller because like the World of Darkness, also just telling stories. Yapper. In the military, nicknames are insults. It refers to a humiliating incident. Not always. It could just be dismissive or derisive. It could be silly or funny. It doesn't have to be humiliating. It's just generally tongue-in-cheek, right? Also, one idea, making players give each other codenames. That is something I did in my Lancer game. I had my players assign each other call signs. Like in character creation, I was like, you don't get to choose your call sign, someone else chooses it. Go talk to him, Babel. See, that'd be good, right? Like, and that's why like I have Bond. Like, yo, Bond, go check out. Hey, Faust, can I get something from you? Acme, what do you got in your pocket? Like it's the sort of stuff where it usually fits who they are and what they do, or it fits a specific instance. I feel like I'd end up with something simple like Oz. Dedicated time to talk about Kane campaign, talk about the boss fight, please, 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 please. Okay, I already did that. I'm already ahead of the curve. Pathfinder is usually sold as D&D with more crunch. Which system do you think is the closest to D&D, but with more role-playing mechanics? I have not played it. I would assume Drawsteel? Or what's the Critical Role one? Not Candela Obscura. Critical Role has a TTRPG, like a fantasy TTRPG that they came out with. I assume that has more role playing. Daggerheart, thank you. I have not played either of these. I have heard good things about both of them. I assume both of them have more role-playing options than D&D. Acme, fetch me a drink. Exactly. Yeah, I was thinking of Daggerheart. Like, they're fantasy, heroic fantasy, more role-playing is my assumption, less direct mechanical influence. I think even Pathfinder, to my understanding, has more role-playing options than D&D. Just because more crunch does not mean it has fewer role-playing options. It just has more, right? Pathfinder is D&D plus. Is D&D but with more. Is an evolution of Dungeons and Dragons to appeal to an older style of game, and Pathfinder 2 like revolutionized that and made it streamlined and made it better, but also like with role-playing options. I remember when Daggerheart came out, it didn't have a fail state in the book for people to die. Interesting. So that may have been Candela Obscura. It might have been Candela Obscura. Candela Obscura came out first, so I assume that if they made any like fairly obvious mistakes, it would be Candela Obscura. Yeah, so like what's a combat system that is fantasy related that has more role-playing? Exalted is one where the power scaling is kind of crazy, and initially it was part of the World of Darkness, so it's not exactly like D&D but different, but it is certainly something. It is high level fantasy. The Cosmere TTRPG, I know basically nothing about. That's another one to look into. If I recall correctly, Daggerheart gives you the choice if you want to die, get a permanent consequence or something. I forgot. One of the options is called Blaze of Glory. And yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, in a TTRPG, character death almost always will be meaningful unless you're playing a specific genre where it's not. Like a dungeon crawl, a meat grinder. Some games call Cthulhu. Paranoia is a great example of TTRPGs where character death doesn't matter because you have clones. But in most games, it does matter. So in most games, you either want to have something other than death on the table. I made a short about this recently. Or you want death to be interesting. And that's why in the Creatures TTRPG I'm working on, if you die, you have the option to face your death with either hope or horror. If you face it with hope, you get to take one final action. You get to explain what gives your creature hope in its final moments, and then you get to take a couple more actions based on how much focus you have. Focus is something that you can get over time with experience. You start with one. So generally, you'll take 2 actions. And you get a bonus to it if that action relates to your like reason for being hopeful. I am hopeful because I'm fighting tooth and nail to save my fellow creatures. I am doing this to protect my home. I am doing this because I know it's the right thing to do. Whatever it is, you are greeting death with hope. And after you take all of your actions, you get your time in the limelight. You get a monologue. You can talk to people. You fall to the floor and collapse, and other characters can interact with you, and then you die. Or if you greet with horror, you are terrified of the end. You are flailing, trying to desperately like fend off the inevitable, and you get to take 1 action plus any additional amount of actions every time you take a wound. In this game, you have 6 injury boxes, and you die when each of them is filled up. However, they fill up either with wounds or with injuries. 2 wounds makes an injury. So the idea being, you can die where you have a box that looks like this, where it's 2 injuries and 4 wounds. So that means you could take 1 action, and then you could take another action for a wound, and another action for a wound, and another action for a wound, and another action for a wound, as you're desperately flailing and getting more and more distressed and destroyed until you run your body ragged until you're literally out of energy. And then, once you take all those actions, you collapse on the floor. You get a small narration where you can't talk. No one else can talk to you. No one else can do anything. It is just the ending narration of your character, and then they expire. So it's the idea of like, do you want to send your character off gracefully, or do you want to send your character off desperately? And then at the end of the session, you make a new creature, because this is a game where you create a species. You're playing creatures of your species. You're not focused on your one creature. Death is expected in this game. So even though death is expected, and you should probably have your creature die at least once when you play, at least if you have any game of length, it is a situation where you still get to do something cool when you die. You don't just bleh. You don't just fall on the floor and die. You get to do something and represent the psychology of your creature before they go. And then you roll a new creature. Making a creature is much easier than making a new species. And you don't even need to make it of your species. You can play a different species. You can play an entirely new species. You can play a different player's species. And you can do whatever you want. So like, that's my thoughts on death in TTRPGs, where it's like, make it interesting and be willing to pull the trigger, or don't include it. Like, if you play the creatures TTRPG I'm working on, and you don't want to die, you should not be playing this TTRPG. This system is designed for you to die. Not because it's brutal, not because it's horrendous, but because it's like, you're a creature in the Stone Age. Life expectancy is not great. What is the thing you currently struggle with in your life the most? Unload your heart upon us, chat. Upon chat arrow. Tell us about your worries. I ain't gonna lie, money. Money is really bad. And then, I already talked about this earlier at the stream, so I'm not gonna get into it again. Recent events. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I do stuff other than content creation to get those dollar bills, but at the end of the day, I would love it if I made more money from content creation. My goal, I would love to, is go full-time content creation at some point. I have a Patreon, I have YouTube memberships, I have Twitch Prime or whatever, but that generally doesn't even cover half my rent. Sometimes it does, but not always. And I understand that that is a very similar circumstance a lot of people are in, so I don't bother you. I don't make it a big deal about like, yo, like give me $100, pay me to say your name and like parasocially pretend you're my friend. Like, no, I'm just gonna like do my thing and I'm gonna grind like everyone else. If you wish to hear about recent events, go back in the live until you see the elephant in the room. Yeah, I addressed the elephant in the room and then the elephant left and we're not talking about it more. So I'm not going to talk about this. This has really been stressing me out. I'm not going to lie. Like, unironically, recent events have stressed me out and I feel an obligation to talk about it. But at the same time, like I talked about earlier, that's not why you're here. That's not what this channel is for. I'm also not an authority, so I can't speak to it like qualitatively. All you can do for me is have a space where you don't need to worry about that. And on your own time, separate from me, and on my own time, separate from this channel, fight like you can. Protest, hit up your local officials, put pressure on whoever needs putting pressure on, make something happen. Oof. But yeah, like more presently, money is my biggest issue because I'm like constantly doing stuff, and a lot of that is stuff that does not make me a lot of money. Like this channel, if I was more financially conscious, I would not be doing this channel because the opportunity cost is too much. Like, I have other things I could be doing to put myself in a better financial situation, but I'm currently working at it. So if you are trying to support this channel, I have a link in most of my video descriptions about a affiliate code I have with Homie and the Dude. It's a third-party publisher. They have a D&D supplement for 5e called Sky Zephyrs, which is about airships in D&D. They have a system-agnostic setting called the Wandering Tavern, which is a giant flying island with a bunch of NPCs in it that can go in Vampire the Masquerade or D&D or Pathfinder or even Lancer. And then they just did a Kickstarter for the Scorch Basin, and it should be shipping like in a month. Is I think what I heard, like the first copies, unless I'm totally mistaken. And so if you want to buy Scorch Basin because you missed the Kickstarter, by all means use the affiliate code for that. That helps me out. Also, just sending me money helps. But aside from that, I don't sit here begging for money because it's a little bit of a pride thing. Also, I understand if you're a TTRPG viewer, you probably don't have a lot of money. TTRPGs are a great cheap hobby. You maybe need to buy the books, if not have a friend who has them, and then you need like a set of dice. You can get into most TTRPGs for under $40 and be fine for multiple years. So like, I'm not going to sit here and then like do the VTuber thing where I'm just like, oh, give me Akasupa. Because I don't know. I respect your financial situation, presumably, unless I'm making an assumption about that. In regard to your one-on-one cane game, you mentioned a really huge NPC cast that participates in battles and all. How did you handle them? Does it become a huge monologue? So, I talked to this earlier. The way I handle, or I talked about this earlier for the boss fight. Generally what I do is in narrative play, in investigation, the player decides, hey, I want to do this, and I control all of the NPCs, and generally speaking, they're just going to approve of whatever the player does. Because at the end of the day, this is for the player. I can always come up with a justification for why my NPCs would be okay with it. Unless it's antithetical to their behavior, in which case I say, no, they wouldn't do that, or no, they don't want to do that. So generally it's the NPCs do their own thing, the player does their thing, but if the player says, hey, can you do this? The NPC will just say yes, right? So they're usually together, they provide their own commentary. When I did play by post, when they were on the Lord part of the hunt, there was a lot of like, player says X, and then they send their message. So then I respond where I have to talk about NPC Y and NPC Z, and also the Lord, and also the narration. And then like, maybe it would make sense for Y to respond to the Lord, and then the Lord says something that makes Z pop in. And then like, I have a small monologue, basically, like you said, before the player gets to respond. In actual play, it's much more fluid, and it's much more like a conversation where, as if it was a D&D party with multiple NPCs. I just have to learn to balance. I just have to learn to pipe in multiple times and make it so that no NPC feels like they never contributed. In combat, I just fully tell them, hey, you control the NPCs. They will do as you say unless you tell them to do something they would refuse to do. By and large, no problems. Even if it's something that I personally don't think the NPC would default to, it's what the player wants. The player's controlling the NPC in combat, go for it. I don't really care. But, for instance, when Hearse fell in the hole, Canine is the one that lit up the fire, dropped it in, it got swallowed by the darkness, and then the player's like, okay, Hearse is gone, let's go. I said, no, Canine is not leaving. Canine wants to go down there and help Hearse. And I said, you are going to need to convince Canine to leave. And so the player, Hattie, was gone. So it had to be Acme, one of the other XOs. And then, like, Acme has to talk to Hearse. And I basically talked to Canine, and I basically allowed, because Acme wanted to go, I allowed my player to tell me what Acme said, right? To give me the points of what Acme said. And then I kind of like explained how Acme presented that and how they would phrase it. But the player had Acme convince Canine to do something Canine didn't want to do, right? So that was an instance of Canine didn't want to do this. The player had to convince them using Acme, who did want to do that thing, as a vector. But broadly speaking, I'm just like, hey, NPCs, you run them. I'm busy running the sin. I'm busy narrating. I'm busy doing all this overhead stuff. You can worry about the NPCs. And what I did is that when I made the NPCs, I just gave them all powers. And I gave them an agenda, but I didn't give them any agenda abilities. Funny enough, I at first didn't plan on that. I didn't plan on giving them powers either. And then like last minute before the first hunt, I gave them powers. So yeah. Wait, did you help make something for Scorched Basin? Yeah, so with the Homie and the Dude Scorched Basin, I was part of the Kickstarter campaign. I made some videos about it back in November. And I also provided some voice lines for a short on their channel where I voiced the Skara villagers, which are like orc-like Amazons, basically. And yeah, I just participated in the campaign. And we as a community raised like 2% of the total campaign. And we as a community were like, I think we're like, this was November of 2025, right? Because it wasn't 2024. I think we were under 10K, I think. I don't know. Basically, we were at a much, we were at a smaller size, and also there was like, I think, I want to say over 100 communities, which means y'all pulled up. Like it wasn't anything crazy. I saw the numbers. I know exactly how many copies got sold with my affiliate link, and it wasn't a crazy amount, but it was more than I was expecting, and the dollar value contributed like 2% of the total value. So I'm very proud of that, and I'm very appreciative of that. We're whalers on the moon, we carry a harpoon, but there are no whales. We tell tales and sing a shanty tune. If you wish to hear about the recent events, go back on live until you see an elephant in the room. If not, sing some sea shanties. Man, I remember back when it was the year of the sea shanty. That was good. How is Kane to run as a game? I'm considering looking into it for friends because I love the setting, but I'm not sure if I should just write a story instead because I don't got a few of the mechanics. Kane as a system is... I felt very confident in it. The main thing I felt I would struggle with is the investigation. But honestly, the investigation aspect was not that bad, so long as you follow the North Star of if they ask, give. If you follow the North Star of investigation with players, of if they ask about a piece of information, give them the opportunity to pursue it. Give them the information wholesale without any strings attached. Give them a choice between getting the information or doing something else that's important. Like, just if they ask for something, give it to them. Maybe with a complication, maybe not. And if it's integral to the investigation, don't make it reliant on failure. Maybe they have to hack a computer in order to get the password to open the bank vault. Okay, if they fail to hack the computer, it should not be that they're locked out. That's boring. They have no other way of opening the password. So what they should do is they will always get the password from the computer. If they fail the interfacing role, instead, they alert the toad spawn in the bank. Right. Don't make it so that it's pass-fail. Make it so that they fail forward. And that's just good advice generally. I'm a huge fan of failing forward. However, in investigations in particular, always fail forward. If they try to get a piece of information, give them the piece of information. Maybe with a complication, maybe at the cost of something, maybe for free, but always keep the momentum moving forward, even if the momentum leads towards a red herring. That was very informative, thanks. I'll probably try and do that next time I run something. Yep. And like I said, Gato, with the boss fight, where there was like 9 XOs at one point, I made it so that there was the spider fight and the weaver fight. I talked about this earlier in stream, but any XO that did not act in fighting the spider would contribute to the weaver fight. The weaver fight, I would just roll a number of D3s equal to the round. So round 1 was 1d3, round 2 was 2d3, and then however many d3s I rolled, I would roll that many d3s of stress. So if I rolled a 3, I would roll 3d3 and deal that much stress to anyone in the weaver fight. And if no one was in the weaver fight, I would deal that to everyone in the spider fight. But every member of the weaver fight got to roll a d3 and reduce the stress by that, and if they spent a psyche burst, they could roll a d3 and reduce the number of dice by that. So what happened is you could spend 2-3 party members, 2-3 XOs on the weaver fight The Weavers just deal flat damage that's reduced by the XOs. The XOs take that damage. The player gets to assign who gets what damage where, so it was super forgiving. And then you're only dealing with like 6 XOs on the spider fight. You're dealing with 5 XOs on the spider fight. This reduced the overhead of both the player and of me, which was very useful when I had so many XOs in this big, giant climactic fight. And then once the Weavers went away, it got to the point where, well, there was only like 4 XOs in the Mangled God trying to escape. So I only had to worry about like 4 XOs, right? The Kane party that I'm in is literally 2 people, so the DM has a rotating list of NPCs who join us on hunts so we don't get demolished. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. I have a one-on-one game where it's 1 player character, and they have a dorm of what was formerly 14 other XOs. That is now down to... they lost Arthur, Hearst, Watson, Gage, Snake. So there are 9 other XOs. And the first mission was just other Cat 1s that joined with them and 1 Cat 2 chaperone. And the second mission was a grab bag of like everyone across the entire dorm. So basically I just gave them not a rotating cast, but like a pool that I would draw from based on who I thought would interest my player the most. I paired them with characters and hunts that I thought would interest them. So yeah. Oh gosh. What system would you recommend for one to run their first solo campaign? Would Kane be a bit too much to handle? So when you say solo campaign, do you mean one-on-one? If you're looking for a one-on-one game, honestly, a role-playing oriented system. If you're looking at a one-on-one game, I would like Vampire the Masquerade, Hunter the Reckoning, Werewolf the Apocalypse, any World of Darkness suite. I think that is fantastic. An investigation-oriented game like Call of Cthulhu, Kane, City of Mist. Those are all good options because then the threat is the investigation. It's not necessarily combat. I think Lancer, D&D, Pathfinder, Drawsteel, those are all poor choices. The more combat-oriented the system, the more strings you will have to pull narratively to get the solo character not being solo, otherwise it will not be a fun encounter. Because either you'll have to be like, every encounter is like a 1v2, or every encounter is a 1v7, and it feels unfair. Cosmic Patrol, if you're looking for something relatively easy to run straightforward, sure. I don't know that one, but yeah. Blades in the Dark, actually, I think would be perfect for a one-on-one. Because Blades in the Dark, you already handle multiple characters. You handle an entire organization. And so it's totally reasonable that in a one-on-one game, you are playing the organization and you have like 4 characters, right? So the player handles their entire organization, you handle every other organization and the politics. And so they are effectively playing like the organs of the organization. Each character, like one is the eyes, one is the mouth, one is the brain, one is the muscles. I've got to go, but thanks for the stream. This is my first time catching one. Hopefully I can make more in the future. Well, I'm here every Wednesday, so thank you so much for swinging by. The VOD will be here when you get back. I don't think Kane is too much for a one-on-one, but you need fellow XOs. Like, I don't see a system where a single XO can solo a sin. Even the one-on-one game I did, where I was a player as an XO, I had teams of untouchables with me. I had teams of human untouchables with me, supporting me fighting a hound, and I was Cat 4 fighting a Cat 2 hound. And even then, it was still really difficult because the dice were not with me. What would you design when designing a lethal or hyper-lethal system, especially what to watch out for or be aware of? I would say the biggest thing to be aware of if you're looking for a lethal system, probably expectations. And and priming. If I'm playing in a system that I don't know is lethal, I'm going to be probably annoyed if my character dies. If I'm playing in a system that I know is lethal, but like if I make literally one decision wrong, I die, that probably won't be fun because I wasn't expecting that. I need to go in understanding exactly the level of lethality we're talking. Is it lethal? Is it hyper lethal? Is it less lethal? Is it non-lethal? Like what are we dealing with here? How at risk is my character? That's expectations. Priming is, what is the lead up? What is the foreshadowing behind a death before it happens? Is there any chance where I can go from being alive to being dead in a single die roll without any external influence? Like, is there a die pool where, for instance, Delta Green, when using firearms, there is a die roll in addition to the attack that is just, if you roll this, you insta-kill. If I shoot you with a submachine gun, there's a 10% chance I just kill you. And that's very lethal. Players need to know that. Players need to know that guns can just instantly kill you. Fragmentation grenades can just instantly kill you. You're not Superman. You're not a superhero. You're not, you don't have magic or supernatural resilience. You are just a person, and you are frail as one. And so that's something where like, that's incredibly lethal, but also that's scary in a good way. If I see armed guards protecting the warehouse and they each have like light machine guns, I look at them and I say, that's 10% chances of me dying. I don't want to risk that. So I'm going to find a way to sneak in without alerting them. And then if the alarm gets tripped, I know, okay, I need to get out of here now. I can't just fight my way out. I need to hide. I need to sneak. I need to avoid them because there's a 10% chance of me dying. And that can be fun if you lead into it, if you prime yourself for it. Similarly, is there any chance of you dying like, oh gosh, my throat. Is there any chance of you dying basically without any way to prevent it, right? So there's unexpected deaths, which is it comes out of nowhere. There is preventable deaths, which is dying and you could have stopped it. Is it something where like this enemy has an insta-kill, but if you take this action, you can prevent the insta-kill? Do the players know that? Is that primed? Is that ready? Like, are you taking a risk by fighting this and not taking the action to avoid the insta-kill? Is that a risk you're willing to take? Something to consider. Oh gosh, I've been yapping for 4.5 hours. I'm honestly kind of running low. I think that my throat is kind of given. I have some sickness in the roommates, so I have been avoiding that, but I think I need to take care of my throat just in case. I think bosses that balance being between a puzzle and a fight is a good way to go for a boss fight. Yeah, and that's kind of what I did with the spider. The spider started as just a fight outside the palace, and then it moved into the palace and it was continuing a fight until it became the mangled god, in which case it was kind of an obstacle to get to the spider. They had to climb down to get to the spider. They had to jump down to get to the spider. They had to enter the mangled god. It wasn't easy. That itself was a challenge. And then once they killed the spider, they had to get out. They had to climb out of the mangled god. They had to climb up the spider. They had to launch themselves off the lid of this thing. And there was this tension where it's not just a fight anymore. It's not just getting to it and killing it anymore. Now it's racing against the clock. Now we're not fighting weavers, we're fighting debris. Now we're not trying to avoid the spider, we're trying to avoid gravity, or we're trying to avoid debris. We're fighting gravity. Cough syrup is a way to go. I don't have a cough, at least not that I'm aware. But like, I've been yapping nonstop, and I am feeling it. Arrows down with the sickness. I am not down with the sickness. Ooh wah. Wait. Ooh wah. Oh my gosh, I can't do it. Ooh wah. I think my throat's gone. I can't do it. I normally can do it. I normally can do the ooh wah, but right now my throat's just. Also, is Kane recruiting the former host of the Spider Lord? Nope. The former host of the Lord got stolen by gatherers, and I described that every single victim of the gatherers, for whatever reason, had a chunk of their right arm broken, had a chunk bitten out of their left forearm. They had two horizontal slashes on their left thigh. And then they had a piece of cardboard wrapped around their right knee. And it's unclear what the heck this was, but then this all happened to him, and then the player character shot him. Shot him in the foot. Did not, like, dome him, but, like, they were in the judgment of the sin of the Lord. And the Lord was doing judgment, and the Lord was fully focused on Canine in doing the judgment. And so had he shot the host to distract the Lord, and it worked. Probably shouldn't do that if your throat is going. So my throat is going because I'm talking, right? My throat is going because I'm talking, and I don't need to record tonight because tomorrow's video is going to be the 40K video that's supposed to be out yesterday. I already have that recorded. I just need to edit it. I don't know why my throat's gone. Yeah, so Kane is not recruiting the Spider Lord victim. They got shot. They got an arm, like their arm broken and like a chunk bitten out of it. Also, no one on the hunt liked the host. The host had a metamorphosis. That didn't necessarily mean that it was a very useful or powerful. That just meant that things went bad. The psychology evolved. Yeah, I think that the host is just done. Sport I think is interesting to look for inspiration for the philosophy chess boxing. Okay, so chess boxing, like, with all due respect, I like chess boxing. I think it's cool. It's not a combination of brains and brawn. It is, you have to be good at brains or brawn and then be able to not lose at the other one. Generally, when you're a chess boxer, you are either trying to win at chess or you are trying to win at boxing. You're generally not trying to combine the two because there's no point in combining the two. The better you are at chess has no impact on how good you are at boxing. The better you are at boxing has no impact on how good you are on chess. The only real division is if you are better at boxing than them, you might be able to hit them in the face to distract them from chess. If you like hit them in the head and they're distracted, then they'll probably play worse. But that's about the only interfacing between chess and boxing. Aside from that, it's literally stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, which is not really brains and brawn, it's brains or brawn. What the heck is chess boxing? So the chess boxing is, you take two people, they start, I believe they start chess, and they're playing speed chess, where there's like a time with elimination. And you play for like 1 minute of speed chess, then you stop, you get in the ring, you put on your gloves, you box for a round, and then you stop that and you return back to chess for like another minute. And then you go back to another round of boxing and you keep going until either someone checkmates, someone runs out of time, or until there's KO. Or I think also if the rounds run out of the boxing match. So like if you win at chess or you win at boxing, you win both. But the thing is, chess boxing is chess and then boxing, then chess and then boxing, then chess and then boxing. It's not boxing with chess. It's not trying to implement intelligence into boxing past normal boxing tactics. It's not implementing boxing into chess beyond normal chess tactics. So, like, yeah, obviously, if you get punched in the face, it's going to be harder to play chess because you're, like, distracted by your throbbing nose, but that's not going to like change your strategy, you know? Would you be interested in looking into The Hell of a Town? It's a 1930s rubber hose cartoon world with mature subject material, kind of like Roger Rabbit or Cool World. Not particularly. I mean, I do like I call it the 20th century zeitgeist. I do like the idea of 20th century anachronism where you have like post World War II politics or like post World War II economy. You have between World War politics, you have Vietnam military fatigue with like an economic boom of the 70s, and also like the culture and the tech levels of the 80s or 90s, but with like the Red Scare of the 50s. And like you combine all the different zeitgeists of the 20th century. And I just think that's neat. That's why one of the eras in my world is basically every zeitgeist of the decades of the 20th century smushed together. So like a 1930s rubber hose cartoon sounds cool. Doesn't particularly interest me. Doesn't particularly like make me want to go watch it. But it sounds cool. Seems neat. Gosh. So I already talked about boss fights. I already talked about my candy game. That's the main things I want to talk about. I'm not gonna lie. The main point of this stream got brought up. So if you have any more questions, feel free to drop them. Otherwise, I think probably in like 15-ish minutes, like after 5 hours, I might hop off. It's an RPG. Hell of a Town. It's a 1930s. Oh, rubber hose cartoon world. Got it. I have so many RPGs that I want to look at. I still need to do Girl Frame. Like, Jeebus crisp. I have a Girl Frame review I owe you because we hit 15,000 subscribers by the end of the year, which means I'm going to do a full Girl Frame review in a maid dress and post it on the channel. And that is going to be my legacy. Jeez. I also need to look into Exalted. A friend has been telling me all about Exalted and wants me to look into it. So I need to honor that by looking into it. And then obviously there's like, I want to get more into Perfect Draw. I really want to play Perfect Draw. Like the next TTRPG I want to play Perfect Draw. Like I've now gotten a chance to run a bunch of Kane. I've played a little bit of Lancer. I want to play Lancer. I've played Werewolf and Vampire the Masquerade, City of Mist. The next on my agenda that I want to try out is Perfect Draw. Instead of dice, use a deck of 52. I tried experimenting with a deck of cards as a draw system at one point instead of dice. I like it. I like using other forms of RNG. I just think that using a deck is kind of all over the place, right? Because decks have associations, even if you're not doing tarot. So you hit into a situation where like, well, do I just use this as random number generation, or does the suit matter? If it does, do I associate spades with like the tarot associations of swords? Or do I make it its own thing? Do I even care about that at all? Or is it just numbers? And that's like, I understand that's a good problem to have. That's more choice. That is more granularity that you can ignore should you wish, or you can interface with it depending on what you want. But it is like, for me at least, I get a little bit of analysis paralysis. But I had the idea of a TTRPG where the premise is you are a member of a court of nobles for a monarch that is absolutely insane, and the monarch at the slightest hint of treachery will cut off your head. So you have to go around scheming and doing objectives by sending servants off to do schemes for you. And so your servants are represented by cards, with lower values representing lower, less powerful servants, and higher cards representing more powerful servants. And if you play a face card, that represents like a very powerful, notable servant. However, after you play a face card, that might have the monarch off with your head. So you then need to, I think it's you draw a card, and if you draw another face card, you get beheaded. So it's the idea of if I play a jack and then I draw a king when I am put on trial, I get beheaded. And face cards just so happen to be the single most common collection out of the game. I mean, obviously outside of numbered cards, but like face cards, jacks, queens, kings, all counting as 10 means that 10 as a face card, or count as 11? I don't know. They all counting together means that there's a ton of face cards. Arrow plays perfect draw 5Ds. Listen, if I was in a perfect draw game and no one has a motorcycle, what are you doing, right? What are you doing if you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The TTRPG and there's no motorcycles? Even if you're not in 5Ds, even if you're in a totally separate setting, someone has to have a motorcycle where the faster you go, like, the more life points you get or whatever. Like, what was the purpose of the motorcycles in 5Ds? Was there one? I don't even know. It's so silly. Gosh, rule of cool, yeah, that's fair. I thought there was something where, like, if they went fast enough, like, they weren't allowed to play specific monsters, like, they couldn't synchro summon, or they couldn't, like, pendulum summon, or whatever was the mechanic of 5Ds, unless they went fast enough. Like, I thought the core mechanic with 5Ds was, like, in order to play better cards. Oh, I think it was, like, you could only tribute summon depending on your speed. So to tribute summon a bigger monster, you had to go faster. Card games on motorcycles. Listen, I really want to play Perfect Draw. And I've talked before about what my deck would be. I think my deck would be a life gain deck. I would want to play a character who has a life gain deck, and their whole win condition is if you have too much life, you lose. So the whole point of my game is I would have cards I would like, oh, I give the opponent 1 life, but also I draw a card. And I have one where every time you play a warrior, you gain a life. And like a bunch of cards that gains life, but I make that a bad thing. I think that would be a really interesting deck. And obviously, you can counter that tons of different ways. And I think that what would be cool is that, like, I have a card where it's whenever I would deal damage to you, I instead increase your life by the same amount. So I would have a ace monster. My ace would be a monster that gains more power based on how much life you have. So even if you destroy my item that makes it so that you lose if you have too much life, I then compensate for that by whipping out my monster, my warrior that has the ability. I think that would be a cool, the self synergy. And particularly, I think it'd be really funny if I had a rival who had a life loss deck, a deck that was all about like sacrifice. And so I'm the one where I'm trying to give life to everyone, and they're the one where they're constantly sacrificing their own life. So they're my perfect counter, because I'm the one that keeps them from self-destructing, whereas they're the one that benefits from self-destructing. And so we would have this weird foil dynamic where I'm trying to bring life to everything, and they're trying to destroy themselves to like get 1 Nova attack. And I'm not letting us do that, but they're not letting me win either, so we have a stalemate. I think that would be cool, because then we could have a rivalry, and then the inevitable 2v2 where we're on the same team, and then we have a situation where I heal them, and they deal self-damage, so I can heal them more so they can deal more self-damage, and then we get like an infinity loop going. And then they'd like absolutely like demolish anyone, and I'm like supporting them as they're the DPS. And then we would have a really cute like rivals respect deal where we recognize we're stronger together than apart. And then we go back to hitting each other because it's anime. Like, it would be so good. It was just a different way to play the game. I had to watch 5Ds again to remember. I talked about this before. I rewatched Duel Monsters recently, a couple of years ago. And And then I stopped watching it, and then I finally watched the final season of Duel Monsters, and then I watched GX, a season of it, and then I kind of fell off again. I did that because I wanted to watch 5Ds, and I wanted to watch Bonds Beyond Time. Or is it Bonds Beyond Time, or is it Duel of the Dark Dimension or whatever? The one that came out like 6 years ago? The one that came out where it's like Kaiba goes back in time to fight the Pharaoh or whatever it is, like whatever the craziness is. Like I wanted to watch 5Ds and also I wanted to watch that. So I ended up watching a little bit of GX. I actually really enjoyed GX. I thought it was silly. I thought it was stupid. But I kind of enjoyed it. Your deck is just going to heal them going till you lose. That's my point, is I want to build a deck where my win condition is I heal you. So I have a card that allows you, that like forces you to lose. Or maybe I just have a card where, like, maybe I have a card that, oh yeah, it would be like, punish indulgence or whatever. I had a different name for it the other day. But like punish indulgence, where like, if you have more than your starting life, you take damage equal to that or whatever. Like, I don't know. So some card where it's like, the more life you have, the more punished you get. And then my ace would be a monster that scales off of your life. So the idea being is I want to get you as much life as possible so then I can make you lose. But if you destroy my item, my monster, my warrior can still benefit from me having healed you. I think that would be fun, particularly with that like self-life destruction deck where I wouldn't be able to scale because you're constantly damaging yourself, so I sustain your fire. However, I'm healing both of us, so I don't die either because you could only deal so much damage in a turn. So we get to this weird stalemate where we're like stuck. Oh no. I remember watching the crossover movie in theaters where the protagonists of each series teamed up to end the time-traveling villain. Yes! I think that might be the one I'm thinking of. It's crazy. But like, and that's why I wanted to, before I watched that, I wanted to watch GX and I wanted to watch 5Ds, because I'd seen some of GX growing up. I'd seen some of 5Ds growing up. When I think Yu-Gi-Oh!, I think Duel Monsters. Just like when I grow up, when I think Pokemon, I think Kanto with the original 151. I don't think that means Duel Monsters is better. I don't think that means the original 151 is better. That's what I think of. That's what I grew up with, right? I think a lot of people for the longest time thought they were better purely because nostalgia. And then I think basically throughout the 2010s, that stopped being the case. I think that's because a younger generation growing up with exclusively GX or exclusively 5Ds or even later Yu-Gi-Oh! They got nostalgia for those. And so the nostalgia train kind of shifted. Now I hear a lot of like, oh, I love all of Pokemon, but Gen 1 was my favorite. Oh, I love all of Yu-Gi-Oh! But like, I wish the old days of Duel Monsters. It would have been, it would have to be like, I'm wondering how you do that with the life point system. No, so in Perfect Draw, you start with 3 life. And when a monster attacks you, it deals 1 life to you. So you're at 2 life. And then 3 life. And then 1 life. And then what I would do is that in my deck, I would just have it be like, hey, I give you a life. So now you're at 4. I give you another life. So now you're at 5. And my ace would just be like, when it attacks someone, if they have more than 3 life, it deals 1 more damage equal to however much life they had over that. And then I would just have something else. I'd give them like plus 2 more damage. Like it would be something where the whole point of the deck would be built around it, right? Like my ace would be when dealing direct damage, if they have more than their starting life, deal like, maybe like if they have more than 7 life, right? They are instantly defeated if I attack them, right? So my entire deck revolves around increasing their life with my ace. Or like increasing their life, and then with my ace, I destroy it. That would be interesting. So you mean Duelist Island and Duel City are both peak? Honestly, when I think Yu-Gi-Oh, I think Duelist Kingdom. But when I think like what's good Yu-Gi-Oh, I think Duelist City. Like probably the best arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters was Duelist City. And Duelist City actually had two parts. It had like the part on the ground and the part on the blimp. I actually had, growing up, the Kaiba blimp. And it was like a foot long, like, I don't know, 20 centimeters long, or probably foot and a half, like 30 centimeters long. And it had little compartments in it to hold basically nothing. Like nothing could fit in there, but I thought it was cool. Duel Monsters and 5Ds are mine, but I've heard good things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels is funny and fun. I mean, like I grew up with Duel Monsters. I also kind of grew up with GX and 5Ds, not really, not to the same consistency. GX is stupid. I mean, like all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is stupid, right? But like GX is especially stupid, and I kind of love that for it. It's so earnest. But like Duel Monsters, also, I didn't know this. I was at a local comic like history place, like a comic museum, and there was a comic reading room with old school comics in it, like old schools in like 20 years and earlier, but like, you know what I mean? Like 80s, 90s, 2000s era comics. And there was some Shonen Jumps from the mid 2000s, and some of them had Yugi on them. So I was like, oh, let me check that out. I flipped through it. They were in the final like Egypt arc of Duel Monsters, but also at the same time they were releasing GX. I didn't realize GX was running in the manga concurrently to Duel Monsters. I assumed Duel Monsters ran through, finished, and then GX was a sequel series. GX was a companion series. I didn't know that. I had the dual disc as a kid, and so did my neighbor. We tried to play on it once, but it was awful. We had a dual disc. My family had a dual disc, and like, it's a prop. It's iconic. I loved that you could play with it in Inscription. It is not intended to be played on. Strictly speaking, if I grab the dual disc, oh my gosh, it's going for like $800. Jeez. Strictly speaking, with a dual disc, it functioned. You would place your deck here. You could place your graveyard in here. You could set your life points here with these little buttons to change your life point total. And you could play cards here, as well as face down underneath here, just like in the anime. The issue is you had to keep it perfectly level because there was no clips. And I think that the graveyard was not very large. It was like, could only fit like under half of what a deck size would be. So you had this weird situation where like the deck was generally fine. As long as you had like a 60 card deck, generally couldn't go larger than that. You could change your life points as you wished, but these cards would just fall off because it had no clasps. The face down cards you would have to take out to look at and then put back to see what they were. The graveyard, I don't remember being large enough. Like it was a prop. It was cool to have, but ultimately not worth it. I assume it's like a mint condition one, like an unopened one is like $900. One thing the 5Ds never tried to do was partner duels on motorcycles because you have... Wait! They never did a partner duel with someone in like the little side motorcycle? That's so silly. Why would they not do that? Let me close the Q&A section. So now we are kind of wrapped down. It's been just about 5 hours now. I think I'm going to wrap up. I think it was a good conversation. I talked about my cool stuff. I talked about running the game. I generally go for like 6-7 hours. Haha, 6-7. But I think for now, time to wrap up. Thank you so much for swinging by. There will be 2 weeks in a row I was unable to. My goal is to finish reading Faust this Friday. My goal. I don't know if that's going to happen. That's my plan. And then on Saturday, I'm going to finish Ultra Kill. And I'll probably go after some like S ranking missions, right? Dang, just when you got home. Yeah, well, sorry about that. I think that a lot of the crowd headed out earlier. A lot of the crowd had their conversation. I yapped about Kane for a bit. So I'm going to rest my throat. It was nice to hear about the epic multi-stage boss fight. Thank you. Check out the Discord if you're not there already. Videos coming out soon. Should be 40K will be tomorrow. And like the schedule got pushed around because I ended up getting busy Monday night. So I couldn't get it out Tuesday, but look forward to that. Take care of yourself. Good evening, good morning, good night. Take care. Good afternoon. So cool. It's a cool thing I know. The author of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the makers of Hellboy were actually fans of each other? You find the official art of Hellboy with a dual disc? That's hilarious. Okay. I think that's the perfect place to end it. Bye-bye.